Grant us wisdom, grant us vision. Let us go through smoothly and with understanding. Be in our presence, we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm going to ask you to, before yes. I'm going to invite the House Leader. Very well. Members, you will recall that on Tuesday, the 1st of March this year, the committee began its examination of the estimates of expenditure for the years 2022-2023 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023. Also, the Jamaica Public Body's estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 31st, 2023. The Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2022-2023. The Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2022-2023 to the financial year 2025-2026. The revenue estimates 2022 for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023. The tax expenditure statement 2022 and the 2022 to 2023 public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023. Examination of those documents will continue today, and I now ask the House Leader to guide us as to how we will proceed. But before we do so, can I have the minutes of the meeting of the committee which was held? The minutes are not ready? No. So we are going to wait for the minutes. We're going to proceed. I'm going to ask for the approval of those of us who are here. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, I wanted to make some opening remarks, but I'd be talking to the converted.
Just to, before you do, just to recall that the minutes are still to be presented.
The minutes will be presented. I have been guided that we are going to have the minutes, so as soon as they come to hand, I will do so. I want to make some remarks, but I'll be speaking to the converted, but I'll just remind the minister and the chair that I'm asking all members to be concise and precise, because a schedule was circulated which gives each ministry time schedule, and I'm asking that we proceed according to the schedule. And when you are answering questions that are asked, because the whole of this examination is to have questions asked so there's clarity as to how the government is proceeding, I'm asking that your answers be focused, and in keeping with the line item that we have, because we must follow a schedule. Okay, members.
Madam Speaker, Chair, I think you have covered very succinctly and thoroughly, in fact, the comments that I would normally make at this time. So I would invite you to proceed with the examination of the ministries in the order that is presented in the schedule that is before the committee. May it please you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. May I say I'm very pleased to be able to present on behalf of the Ministry of Justice our program, not only of what has happened in the past year, but our projection for the next fiscal year. Before doing so, let me introduce the members present here with me. We have Ms. Grace-Ann Stewart McFarlane, the Acting Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Charmaine Creer-Beckford, the Acting Chief Technical Director, Ms. Shelley Rennie, who is our Principal Finance Officer, Mr. Patrick Wright, who is representing the
Could you ask the technocrats to identify themselves when you introduce them?
So that what?
When you introduce them, for them to just indicate who they are.
Yeah, sorry. Well, Miss Grayson McFarlane, the acting PS, Miss Claire Begford, the acting Chief Technical Director, the Principal Finance Officer, Miss Shelley Rennie, Mr. Patrick Wright, who is representing the Administrator General, Mrs. Lona Brown, Miss Tricia Cameron Anglin, and who is the Principal Officer for the Court Administration Division, and with her is Miss Anne-Marie Cummins, her Principal Finance Officer, Latoya Franklin, our Project Director at the Ministry of Justice, and Ms. Stacey Ann Burton, the Budget Officer at the Ministry of Justice. Madam Chair, members, we are very happy to present on behalf of the Ministry of Justice that we have had a very outstanding year of achievements at the Ministry of Justice, and we hope to focus exactly on further achievements in 22-23. Just a note, Madam Chair and members, our main achievements over the past year has been the technology rollout in all the courts, so that all the courts now should be connected by broadband, and hopefully in due course all will have improved internet. I know that especially in some courts the broadband internet connectivity has improved significantly. I think where you practice, Madam Chair, in Trelawney, you can't complain now about the internet service. In fact, the North Coast, I understand that the internet is okay.
I practice, but where my constituencies, we
no,
have
I'm talking in the courts. We're talking in the courts.
Okay. No, we yes, in the courts, yes.
In the courts.
But we have a court up in South Trelawney,
well,
also Spring
I should
Court.
say, Madam Chair, in the parish courts, the town courts, I understand that right across the North Coast and some of the areas in the South Coast, not all, that there are good internet service. This, Madam Chair, I hope to emphasize, will allow us to roll out more virtual services in the parish courts. In addition, Madam Chair, the various departments of the ministry, the Administrator General, have been performing extremely well. They have been able to do over 90% of their instruments, that is 225 out of 246, getting the certificate of administration within 3 months, which to my mind is fantastic. And they hope that that will continue in the next fiscal year as they have more matters coming in, and they're definitely getting rid of the backlog in the Administrator General's department. More importantly, Madam Speaker, just as important, in the courts are performing extremely well. The parish courts, the backlog is constantly being reduced, virtually, in fact, all the courts, except for Kingston and St. Andrew. In the criminal courts, they're achieving over 100% backlog, should I say, clearance rate. And what do I mean by the clearance rate is that if you have 100 cases coming in, during any period, over 100 cases are being completed. And that is happening in virtually all the courts except for Kingston and St. Andrew. So the backlog is definitely reducing, and the Chief Justice has promised that in a matter of a few years, there will be no backlog. What is important in the courts, though, is that the vast majority of cases, 90% and more of the cases which come in, are being dealt with within 12 months, which is a fantastic achievement. So we can say that in the parish courts, things are improving significantly, and we can also say that in the gun court, we also have the clearance rate being over 100%. That is the clearance rate, 100 coming, more than 100 going out. Where we have a problem is in the Supreme Court, the Civil Division. The number of cases there are enormous, and the trial dates are definitely being set 4 or 5 years' time. So things are definitely looking up in terms of the administration of justice, Madam Chair. But for the next fiscal year, we hope to even ramp up our results. We know that people have complained in the past about judgments. I can say that the delivery of judgments have picked up a great speed, and the judges are now delivering more judgments and doing so on time. The actual figures, further statistics, will be detailed in my sectoral presentation, Madam Chair. But that basically is the outline. In terms of the next, what we plan for this fiscal year, we will definitely increase technology in the courts and urge the courts to do more virtual hearings, especially in the parish courts. And what we plan, Madam Chair, is to bring justice to the people. In other words, where witnesses can be in a police station or be away from the court, we hope that trials can be conducted virtually. In the same way, Madam Chair, we want to take justice to the people in terms of restorative justice, mediation, victim services, child diversion. The alternative dispute resolution program will ensure that we can get into the communities, allow the members of the communities to settle their disputes and conflicts before they actually develop into matters that need to be tried in the court. So if the disputes and the conflicts can be resolved in their communities, then it would ease the burden on the courts. We have already started a pilot project in mediation, where we have encouraged the judges that cases that are appropriate for mediation and for restorative justice, that they refer them to the DRF, Dispute Resolution Foundation, and also to restorative justice. And that, Madam Chair, you know, it has had a tremendous impact in assisting the courts in reducing the backlog. We hope in the next fiscal year to ramp that up some more so that more matters can be dealt with in alternative dispute resolution. So, Madam Chair, these are my opening remarks. I will be very happy to respond to as many questions as members of the House see fit. And having made those opening remarks, I now make myself and my team to any questions that may arise.
Before questions, is there somebody from court administration here? Who is here from?
Ms. Trisha Cameron Anglin and her principal
This is
finance
Ms. Trisha
officer.
Cameron Anglin.
And Mrs. Cummins.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions at all?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister, what is the status regarding legal aid? There has been a period, we know it is better in terms of payment to the attorneys now, but where are you with that?
What I can tell you, member, is that everyone doing legal aid should be happy. We owe them nothing. In other words, once they send in their certificates, in fact, we have had to, in the past, to beg them to send in their certificates so we can pay. So to the best of my knowledge, every certificate that has been sent in to the Legal Aid Council have been dealt with. In terms of the team of attorneys who have been on the present gang trial, we have been paying them monthly, so that to the best of my knowledge, we owe nothing. If money is outstanding, it is because the attorneys have not presented their certificates requested.
You mentioned the technology rollout in the courts. That is one component of the whole digitization of the court system, because the truth is that we find that the parish judges, as well as those at the Supreme Court, still have their big book that they write in. So it seems a little self-defeating if you are going to be having the rollout of the technology and then those who use it do not seem to be au fait with the system. Where are we in terms of training?
Yeah. Well, I just would like to emphasize that that is also a concern, because many of our elder judges feel more comfortable writing, but a lot of training is now taking place so that, you know, the judges can in fact utilize the virtual hearing, and they're also very engaged in what is known as judicial case management, which will assist them in terms of reducing a lot of the processes that you see them writing. So I know the Chief Justice is very, very concerned that we need to move away. And to be frank, we are, Chief Justice and the Court Administration Division, we are working to get the court paperless. In other words, there are countries, Singapore, Estonia, where you have very little paper. And we want to move to that situation where you don't see any paper in the court, you have your laptop, you have your virtual hearing, and everything is done that way. And what is more, we want to digitize a lot of the records across all the parish courts. If you go to the parish court, you see roomfuls of record. And if there's a fire, as happened in Brownstown, it's all lost. And therefore, over the next fiscal year, our great hope is that digitization will begin, and before another year or two, hopefully, we will have no paper in the courts.
Minister, you mentioned the move towards more virtual hearings. This was spawned as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Are you telling us, therefore, that it is the intention of the court to move in that particular direction, even as we transition, hopefully, out of the pandemic?
We have started, and it is going on. What we want is for every parish capital, the courts in the parish capital, to be able to do virtual hearings, so that if there's a witness who is in the United States or Ukraine, and they can actually do a virtual hearing. So even the gang trials, many of the witnesses have been giving their evidence remotely.
No, there's a distinction that I want to make, not necessarily in terms of giving evidence and so on, participating, but moving on, because we know that even now, because of the pandemic, there are hearings that are done by Zoom, right? So the question I want I'm asking is that whether this will continue in an effort to expedite the hearing of the cases, and even after we have transitioned out of the pandemic, will this be the norm?
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me just say this, and I spoke to him and he asked me to even mention his name, Walter Scott, for example. He does all of his cases in the Court of Appeal from his room at home. And he tells me that,
No, don't mention the attire, Minister, but go on.
he has his jacket on, but he may be in the shorts. And he says it is very satisfactory, in the Court of Appeal. So most of the Court of Appeal hearings are virtual. And we expect in short order that over 50% of the cases could be done virtually.
All right. Minister, child diversion.
One second.
Sorry.
And a lot of the matters, in fact, because of the fire in Brownstone, we have started to do a fair amount of them virtually. And this is happening across the parishes.
Okay. Can you give us an update on the child diversion process?
It is going very well. We have a child diversion office in all the parishes. We have at least 30 trained mentors and counselors in all the parishes. We have a few parishes where there's an overwhelming referrals. And we are now looking at how we can ramp up, if we can assist. I mean, I must tell you, in St. Thomas, St. Mary, Portland, there's a lot of child diversion cases. So there's a heavy demand in those parishes, not necessarily in other parishes. And the reason why there's not enough in other parishes, because maybe the police and the courts have not been properly sensitized that many of these cases really should be...
Which is where I'm going, Minister,
right.
Because in your last report, and a committee of the Parliament looked at it some time ago, we saw where a lot of the cases, instead of being pre-prosecutorial and pre-trial, that most of them that went to the diversion were after the authorities had some particular case. And
yes.
The sensitization, as you just mentioned, is what is critical, because the police need to be aware that this particular process is in train.
It is a concern, member. We have spoken to the police the police are a little hesitant to refer the matter directly to child diversion without going to the courts. You see, I get the feeling that somehow it affects it's a discretionary matter for them. If it's a minor matter, they could refer it to child diversion, but many of them feel they should take it to court and then ask the court to refer to child diversion.
I think you want to say it reflects on how much prosecution they do.
Well, I don't want no,
held back.
No, in fact, that is the truth. That is the truth. But we have been encouraging the superintendents and the inspectors that a number of these, especially if it's a minor matter involving a child, that it is best to just go straight to child diversion officer, and you warn the child, and if after 3-6 months the child has, recovered from the wayward behavior, they can make a note and release the child. If the child fails to take the warning into perspective, then at that point you then take the child to court. But we have been urging them to do so. But in many parishes, they feel a bit reluctant. They feel like they should start with the courts.
Okay. Does the office of the DPP falls under?
Yes, it does.
Minister, there I look at the allocation to the office and recognize that it is, in nominal amounts it has increased, but it's relatively flat. That is, I'm talking about the prosecutorial services, and that is a reflection of the numbers of staff that one would have there. Isn't there a plan to increase the number of prosecutors at the DPP's office?
Bear in mind, over the last 4 years, we have increased from about 42 to now about 58. So, we have had, as you can see, a significant increase over the last few years. What is more important is that we have what is known as a unification of prosecutorial services, so that about, don't hold me to the exact figure, 50 to 60 of the clerk of courts will be upgraded to assistant crown counsel, and they will come under the jurisdiction of the DPP, and the DPP will be training as many of them as possible, not only to prosecute in the parish courts, but some of them may be utilized in circuit cases.
Well, Minister, whereas I understand the direction, as you mentioned, unification, I'm just thinking as you speak, if you are going to be including them in prosecution at the DPP's office, wouldn't that somewhat affect their ability in terms of servicing the parish courts? Because
No. Once we lift them to assistant crown counsel, then they're out of the parish court level, so that the deputy clerk, for example, would then take over the role of clerk of courts. So we want the prosecution in the parish courts to be under the jurisdiction of the DPP. So once you take the prosecutorial service away from the parish courts, then the clerk of courts, it could be a promotion of the deputy clerk to clerk of court, they will do all the administrative work of the parish courts. So that at the moment, that the clerk of court is responsible for prosecution and administrative work, which is a burden. But we are going to move prosecution away from the parish courts to come under the jurisdiction of the DPP, and administrative work will remain with the clerk of courts.
I see.
Before we go any further, can I ask the House leader, opposition leader, to exchange seats with you since he's in the House now?
You mean the leader of opposition business?
Leader of opposition business to exchange seats with you, sorry.
I certainly will, madam. Just to advise that you gave me leave to sit there.
I know, but I know that the procedure of the House is that once he's in the House, he needs to be in his chair. Pages?
No. Wait.
While you're looking for the page, I see MP Angela Brownberg. just like to tell the House that, we're putting in a restorative justice center.
She's going to have an opportunity to speak at length, and we have a time schedule that we're following, Minister.
And she's very happy with what is going on. She's very happy with what is going on.
Minister, the Administrator General, there has been for quite some time a backlog at the Administrator General. How is that being handled now?
Well, the backlog reduction has been significant. In fact, it has been cleared up substantially. So what I can tell you now is that currently the department has 6,000 active cases. They took in 377 last year. And I can assure you that in terms, they have a new system known as TEMS, Trust and Estate Management System, which is automating all the related functions of the Administrator General. 99% of the estate have been scanned, 85% of the accounting records fully automated, and what I can tell you is that they are in the process of reducing all the backlogs. So all the cases most of them are fairly updated because they've been automated. In addition, they have taken on additional staff. So I can assure you, you will find very few complaints now against the administration office. And to the Administrator General, Mrs. Lona Brown, and you can let her know, Mr. Wright, we get a regular report from the Administrator General, and it is nothing but a success story at the Administrator General's department.
If I understand it correctly,
yes.
A system is in place.
That's right.
A backlog exists, but a system is in place to address the backlog. Am I getting it correct?
That is correct. In other words, all the estates are now on the TEMS system, automated. So you ask about a case, you can easily point out and say exactly where it is. Now bear in mind, you see, a case will continue until the minor has reached the age of 18. And there are many personnel who have started in the Administrator General who actually request the Administrator General to continue to administer. So in fact, they now have over 4,300 properties dealing with. I've been begging her, as best as possible, sell off some of them. Yeah. No, actually, because a lot of them, you see, they're rent out. And the tenants, that is where their real challenge is, dealing with tenants. Because tenants don't pay, and they have to be taking them to court. They spend a lot of time dealing with these properties. And my suggestion to her is, with the permission of the beneficiaries, sell them and put them in stocks or bonds or buy some other property that they can control. And a lot of these properties, unfortunately, are in inner city communities, and they have the greatest difficulty collecting rent.
I empathize, but it seems to me there might be we'll probably have to look at a different way of categorizing these cases, so that the difference between a case that has been attended to and continuing at the request of the beneficiaries, that is categorized in a different kind of way than something that is being filed and not yet attended to.
No.
Maybe that will give. That's just a suggestion that we might want to look at that, so it doesn't give a false impression.
In a way, remember, it is categorized because you really have active cases. And these active cases are ones in which the beneficiaries get a regular payout. Yeah. And you have dormant cases. And those are the ones which sometimes they can't find the beneficiaries. So,
what about those that are coming into the system and they've not yet been treated with at any stage of progressing through the system?
Those that have been coming into the system for the last 3-4 years or so are being dealt with very efficiently. There's no backlog on those cases.
Okay.
Right. It is the legacy cases that have been, where you can't find the beneficiaries. 3 generations sometimes. No, there are lots of legacy cases that you really need, they're dealing with.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are giving them a little challenges.
Okay. All right. You have a question?
Thank you very much, members. May I now put the head 28,000, pages 1 to 8, heads 28,000C, pages 1 to 4, head 28025, pages 1 to 5, head 28030, pages 1 to 4, head 28031, pages 1 to 4, head 28033, pages 1 to 3, head 28052, pages 1 to 4, and head 28058, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thanks. Thank you, members.
I would like to invite Minister Malahoo Fort, Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. And this is the first time the minister sits in this ministry. They're the same people that are there, you know. It's the same people. Tell him the money is for the hospital supplies, and when he turn over the page, he's to take these from the health food shop. This is for hospital supplies. No, not the nutrition. Wait, let me give him this. Hold on, let me give him this. Yes, never give him. And let me write the list when he come back, tell him again. Where did Minister go? You have to move with alacrity, miss. Is your team with you, Madam Minister?
I am awaiting the PS, Madam Chairman. I expected.
Well, we'll make you do the preliminaries before she gets here. We can't afford to delay the sitting of the House at all, the sitting of the committee at all today. So this is the first time that the minister is here in this capacity. I know she's absolutely very capable. We welcome you in this new. And we ask that we begin. We're scheduled to start at 9. It's now 9:50 and we need to move ahead.
Madam Chairman, the acting permanent secretary indicated that he is here, and while I understand your direction, I believe it would be prudent to have him present.
Unless you want me to start with education. If he's here, he ought to be here. He's not here in the chamber. And it is important that he's here. We cannot hold this sitting of the House because somebody is not here.
Madam Speaker,
So if he's here, then he must be here.
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Madam Chair.
He looks very resplendent in his blue. We welcome you, but I want to explain this morning that I asked that in all our deliberations that we be concise and be precise. And I want to indicate that there are civil servants, members of the government, who are outside waiting. And I know some people think they ought to wait, but they have other government tasks that they have left undone, which has to be done. And we have members of this parliamentary staff that also needs to get home in the evenings. And so it is important that, and there is a parliamentary function scheduled for this evening that we are duty bound as members of parliament to be on time. There's a timeline that a schedule that has been circulated to all of us, and we ought to start on time and do what we have. So I'm not going to waste time talking. It is important. The Prime Minister has indicated that it is important that we treat the business of government as we ought to. So let's go ahead with it.
No, Madam Chair, I've listened to you very intently. The fact is, when we started on Tuesday, there was a recognition that the 9 o'clock start poses quite a bit of traffic problem. We had problems getting here. And
I'm going to just say, hold a minute. I am going to indicate very clearly that there is traffic every single day. I am traveling from St. Anne, and I encounter traffic because I know there's traffic every day. But if you have business to do, then you have to leave on time to do it. And I don't want to waste time. The Prime Minister has indicated the business of government must go on. So everybody knows there's traffic. It happens every day. Our children are happily back at school.
Madam Chair, let me just say.
Please,
I am not seeking.
I don't wish to waste time discussing traffic. So I'm going to ask the Minister to proceed.
No, please. And so do we even have a quorum here? Do we even have a quorum?
No. This is a committee. It's a continuation.
Committee.
Madam Chair, let me just explain to my opposite number. This is a continuation of a committee meeting. So the issue of the quorum was established when the committee started to meet, and this is a continuation there. So therefore, the issue of quorum this morning doesn't arise. However, I just want to make the point quickly to you that on closing Tuesday's of the committee, I asked that we change the time to 10. The members all agreed no, keep it at 9. So that explains the issue. May it please you, Madam Chair, to continue.
Okay, I know the discussion, but we have good faith. There's something called good faith in this.
We do have a quorum in the House, member. We do have a quorum. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs falls under head 27,000. With me is the Acting Permanent Secretary, Mr. Wayne Robertson, Ms. Shalene Renee, Principal Financial Officer, and Ms. Stacey Burton, Budget Officer. The corporate services are shared with the Ministry of Justice. Madam Chair, the 2022-23 fiscal budget for this ministry has been set at $572.2 million. We highlight initially that additional funding may be required to cover other matters as we work through and the establishment of the ministry to take into account the subject matter and work to be done. In respect of the recurrent budget, we have 71,561, and you will see the projection for 3 forward years for 23-24, 24-25, 25-26. There is an allocation of 81,291 in respect of constitutional and legislative reform, which is formally captured under the Legal Reform Department, an allocation of 135,434 for the drafting of bills and subsidiary legislation, formally covered under the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel. In respect of dissemination of legislative information, there is an allocation of 19,595, and the giant share is in respect of or support for the Council of Legal Education through the Norman Manley Law School for legal education and development in the sum of 264,324 million, which brings the total to 572,205, the limit set. My team and I are available for questions.
Members?
Madam Chair, the last point the Minister made is support to the law school. The vexing question that has been around for some years, Madam Minister, is the disparity in terms of those who graduate from University of the West Indies, those who graduate from UTech Law School, not law school, but law faculties, and then have the challenge to get in Norman Manley Law School. And it has been a recurring decimal, and it is something that really ought to be addressed. Is there any plans, proposal to look into this particular matter? Because whereas those who graduate from the UWI have an automatic place at the Norman Manley Law School, whereas others who graduate from UTech, they have to sit an examination to be able to, and elsewhere, to be able to be admitted there for the 2-year certificate in legal education. Is there any plan to redress this particular situation?
Member Guy, you are correct that the issue of legal education through the Council of Legal Education is a sore issue because of the establishment of the Faculty of Law at the University of Technology. At the time when the arrangements came into place, the treaty which establishes the Council of Legal Education, legal education was delivered through the University of the West Indies Faculty of Law. Arrangements have since changed, and the question is whether the existing structure for the delivery of the bar studies remain relevant and will have to be revised. If I were to answer you briefly, I will say that it has to be revised, and in fact the work has commenced. It is not without, there is at this time no general agreement as to how it is to be done. It is an issue that has been raised not only in the Jamaican jurisdiction, but in other jurisdictions in which the council has law school. So the simple answer is yes, we will have to look at it again.
Minister, first of all, let me welcome you and your team to what is a new ministry with new mandates and some critical objectives. The matter of the legislative agenda has been a bugbear across administration. The tools for addressing that lies in, well, lay until perhaps now in different places. What have you, and having coming from where you have, do you have a clear agenda as at this point as to how and what are those key things that you'll do to address that very pressing problem?
Thank you for your observation, Member Hilton. There is much clarity around what needs to be done. As you know, in respect of the laws of Jamaica, they are outdated, and the laws comprise acts of parliament, regulations and orders. And there is, in fact, a requirement that they be up to date and consolidated. But as of now, they are all over the place. We're actually projectizing the work to bring the law up to date in conjunction with the World Bank and through the Foundation for Competitive Growth. The Foundation for Competitive Growth with the JAMPRO. That work is going to take some time, but it is critical. And I know as counsel at the bar, you have a keen appreciation for it. But right here in the Parliament, we have experienced the sheer frustration of the time it has taken to get the work through the Parliament when most of it is actually done before the bills come to Parliament. So yes, we are clear as to what needs to be done and the focused attention that is required, hence this new formation. And the Parliament will be kept abreast as we go through stages of the realignment in order to get the laws to where they should be.
Broadly speaking, there are, at least in a very general way, there are two sets of laws, really, those affecting business and those affecting human rights, individual rights, the Constitution, that sort of thing. Do you have in your own mind, given where we are and the push for growth in the economy and the need to balance that with individual rights and the constitutional matters, do you have a sense of any priorities as between both? And how, because if you're quite right, if you seek to move on all fronts at the same time, I think you're going to have some challenge because we have a huge amount of work to be done. Do you have a sense as to a direction in which
the priorities must reflect the overall priority of the nation? As you know, matters relating to the economy and the fiscal provisions will always have to be given priority. Legislative measures to give effect to the revenue measures will always have to be given priority. The Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister have indicated the critical importance of matters dealing with national security and the crime problem. And in fact, one of the major deliveries from the new ministry was getting the firearms bill, which is now before a joint select committee of the Parliament, out. So leaving the room aside for the fiscal measures, which set the stage practically for everything. Those are the enabling provisions. The security matters, education is also a critical part of the priority, having regard to the report on the educational transformation. And then we have the bail. A new bail law is far advanced and should be coming before the Parliament within another month or so. We have the constitutional reform issue, and I would say please await an update through the other parliamentary process for that. But yes, security matters, aside of the fiscal matters, and I know that the Companies Act is one of the priority areas, not only from a corporate perspective, but also from the anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism financing, and that will be coming in very short order. So it's not just the ministries determining their priority, but then the priority will be looked at in the overall national priority of issues, which require legislative action, because not every problem requires a legislative action to resolve.
Minister, in your answer, I see the problem. Yeah?
You see the problem? No, see the solution, not the problem.
No, I wish you well in the ordering of the...
But I know you have an appreciation that these are very complex matters. They are not the PR kind of matter, unless, of course, it results in some angst in the public domain. But it's technical work, it's heavy lifting work, and it is done behind the scene out of fanfare.
But that's precisely the reason for the question, because I fully appreciate that. And I'm saying in your answer, I wish you well in the reprioritization of that process. I want to just take you into the matter of exposure of government entities to court action. You previously, from where you're coming from, I've heard you speak to it already. In addressing that problem, I see you prioritize as one of the key objectives addressing this matter of exposure. With the experience that you bring to this particular objective, what are the key approaches that you think needs to be taken to address that particular problem?
From a portfolio perspective, it's a work of ensuring that all persons who discharge the functions of government understand what their powers are. Statutory powers and other powers, and essentially to ensure that government acts lawfully through its agents and agencies. I don't think any of us is under any doubt as to how far and wide actions go. We only have to look at what go before the court by way of challenges or suits against the government to see the kind of issues that arise. So part of the legal education mandate of the ministry, it's not only in respect of the law school and the Council of Legal Education, but to bring government itself sufficiently up to date and aware of the legal parameters in which action is to be taken. And even if we look under the issue of human rights, for example, it requires human responsibility to guarantee human rights, because if officers who interact with persons are not acting in a way that is lawful, then it can result in all kinds of matters that we see. And some of them are steep in issues of social justice, concepts of what is fear and how the state operates, how the state unleashes its own power. So it's a lot of work that is ahead of us to make government lawful, legitimate, and legal.
Couldn't agree more. Finally, Minister, on the constitutional front, and in the same vein, as you come to this new ministry, what are some of those constitutional priorities as you see them?
Well, the topical one is the head of state issue, and I think we have pretty much come to an agreement on both sides of the aisles in respect of that. But you do know that it is a matter that will have to go to the electorate by virtue of the provisions at Section 49 of the Constitution. There is some tidying up of the Charter by way of language that needs to be done. So generally, in respect of the Constitution, the big goal is to have a Constitution that is produced by our Parliament. That is by no means a simple task. It's quite complex. We have 3 types of provisions in the Constitution which have different amendment and voting procedures, as you would know. The ordinary clauses require a vote of the majority of all members of Parliament, not the simple majority of those present and voting. And then we have the entrenched provisions, which require a 2/3 vote. And then we have the deeply entrenched provision, which require the 2/3 plus a vote from the electorate. And depending on the agreement that is reached, the level differs. And then there is a timeline that the bills have to sit on the floor of the Parliament between laying and the commencement of debate, and between passing and the sending to the Governor-General for the assent. So even without doing anything, constitutional reform is going to take a year of dead time. And the question arises as to whether in this day and age, that kind of amendment mechanism is the most efficient use of parliamentary time and the people's time. And so I will have to open a discussion in the Parliament as to whether the Section 49 remains as is.
Minister, as you know, part of that amendment process comes by way of the interpretation of the provision by the courts.
Yes.
With respect to the SOEs that we've long debated, there are some matters pending before the court. Yes. How will you be approaching that question in respect of any new legislation or amendments that may be needed, even as these matters are pending? Some matters are pending before the courts.
Emergency powers are provided for at Section 20 of the Constitution, and that falls within Chapter 3. It is an entrenched provision, and any change will require a cooperation of both sides because it has to go for a 2/3 vote in both houses. I think the emergency provisions need to be relooked at. What we have reflect the old wartime provisions. I know that many jurisdictions have gone far ahead of us in the revision of that. So it's Section 20, which sets the parameter, and then you have the Emergency Powers Act, and then the regulations that are promulgated. I don't think there is any disagreement that we will have to look on the fitness for purpose of those provisions in very short order. And that is also one of the matters that will come before the Parliament. And it will involve a behind-the-scene discussion too, and some meeting of the mind. Again, simply because it cannot go forward simply without some agreement on both sides of the aisles. As to the details, I don't think it would be appropriate to go into those kind of details in this budget process.
No, I'm quite satisfied.
Yes.
But thank you, and Minister, wish you well. It's a lot of work ahead, and wish you and your team well, and wish you a good start. Hope you get some wins in your sales so you can move quickly.
Thank you so much, Member Hilton. Appreciate the
Minister,
kindness.
congratulations on your new appointment. I expect great things from you and your ministry. With regards to a mention in your opening remarks, you said that corporate services will be shared with the Ministry of Justice. Could you please elaborate or provide greater clarity? Thank you.
Well, so the issue of shared corporate services is to be looked at a higher level of efficiencies in government and the best spend for the buck. And so we're not duplicating services where they can be more efficiently provided in a shared way. Of course, all ministries will be concerned about the true extent of the efficiency, not just from a cost-saving point of view, but how well the services are delivered. And where services are shared, it is important that the officers who perform the functions understand that they are assigned fully to the ministries for which the services are shared. So it's not that they are in justice helping out the Ministry of Constitutional, Legal and Constitutional Affairs, but that they are fully accountable to those ministries. Yes.
Thank you very much. I now put head 27,000, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much,
Thank
Minister,
you,
and your
Madam
team.
Chairman. Thank you, colleagues.
May I invite the parliamentary staff to do the sanitizing right away as we invite the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology and his team. No, I think... Well, my apologies. We're going to invite the Minister of Education and Youth and her team to come in. take the chair. It's just, is your team here? Please call the team from the Ministry of Education and Youth. And if they are not here, we're going to have to go back to, and they're here? Members from Education and Youth, we are inviting you to come inside right now. Minister, is your team here?
Yes, they are.
So what's wrong?
Come on in.
Please ask them to come inside from Education and Youth. We want to get started. Morning, Minister and your team. Can I invite you to start to introduce your team, and let's have your opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Let me begin by introducing our Permanent Secretary Acting, Mrs. Maureen Dwyer. She's to my left. Dr. Cassan Troop, our CEO Acting, she's to my right. We have, as I call her name, just indicate by raised hand, Ms. Vivian Johnson from our Policy Department, Ms. Banton, Principal Financial Officer, Ms. Gage Gray, CEO, Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Mr. Kerry Brown from Technical Services Unit, what's this there? Dr. Benjamin from our tertiary sector. All right. Madam Chair, the recurrent budget for the Ministry of Education and Youth for the upcoming financial year is $119.2 billion, while the budget for capital is $1.3 billion, totaling some $120.5 billion, and covers the early childhood sector, which is 0 to 8 years and includes pre-primary, primary, secondary through tertiary, and also provides for the youth division and those of our students with special needs. In addition to the overall budget of $20.5 billion, the CPFSA, which is an agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth, has a budget of $3.1 billion. And CPFSA, as you're aware, intervenes in the lives of children who are at risk as a result of abuse or neglect. So together, the 120.5 plus the 3.1, our budget totals 123.6 billion and represents 20.4% of the non-debt expenditure for the upcoming fiscal year. Madam Chair, we're looking forward to Monday, March 7, when schools will return for full face-to-face across the island. Our children have been away from school since March 2020, a full 2 years, except for brief periods during last summer for face-to-face, and since the rotation, meaning virtual and face-to-face, started in November of 2021. Of note, during the periods of face-to-face, however brief they were, we prioritized our exam students. And as students return to full face-to-face, the ministry is providing $430 million in additional support to schools to help with the return to full face-to-face. The ministry will continue to procure and deliver items to our schools. Madam Chair, our school canteens are opening again. We're seeing to send in PATH funds to schools for meals for students. Nutrition Product Limited is in the process of restarting operations in order to be ready to deliver breakfast to 100,000 students and snacks to 18,782 students. Our overall nutrition budget is $6.583 billion. Our efforts are underway to help our children recover from the learning loss through customized learning guided by assessment data. This will be school-based. There will be extended learning opportunities through the extra lessons and summer school programs at a cost of $250 million. Our math and literacy coaches will work with underperforming schools, student coaching, co-teaching, co-planning, parent sessions, math, literacy camps, etc. will happen. There will be capacity building as well for teachers. Our Yard to Yard Find the Child initiative has a budget of $103 million and is underway. Of the approximately 120,000 students who were not connected virtually or otherwise to schools, we have already been able to locate and re-engage approximately 40,000. In terms of our National Parent Support Commission, we go in full blast to get to some 97,000 parents in order to connect them with programs to help them in their engagement with their children. For young people, we continue to engage our young people, aged 15 to 29 years, with a variety of activities. Higher education and training has a budget of $20.6 billion. Our efforts are focused on delivering a higher education policy to guide the sector this year. On the capital side, our budget is $1.3 billion. This does not include the $400 million for minor repairs and maintenance of our schools that's in the recurrent budget. We have a number of plans for major infrastructure work as well for this upcoming year. And I just want to close, Madam Chair, by publicly commending our teachers, our administrators, our school leaders, which includes our boards, our principals and vice principals. The last 2 years have not been easy. Our teachers have had to deliver lessons on a platform they'd never used before, at least not in the wholesale way in which we used it in the virtual classrooms. Our teachers stepped forward and were trained, and with the efforts of our parents, many other stakeholders, students, education continued for the vast majority of our students during the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, as I close these opening remarks, I just want to say to our teachers, you are beginning to get some e-vouchers for laptops. Please hurry up and go to the vendors to get those laptops. We're prioritizing our primary school teachers, and then we'll move on to our high schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ministers.
Permission. Oh. Forget where I am. Thank you very much. Madam Minister and the team from Education, welcome and thanks for the opening remarks that you have given. I intend really to keep my opening remarks to a minimum so that I could spend a little bit more time on the questions that I'm asking. I know, though, that the last 2 school years, possibly 3, have been really, have put us all through the ringer. As you have said, the teachers and principals have stepped up to the plate. Many parents have as well. But I believe that we could all frankly and honestly say that where we are is really not where we would have wanted to be. And that a lot of the inequities that were in the system before have only been made worse and are revealed, so there's no way we can hide from those. So I thought that I'd look at what you have presented, Minister, and I really just want to look very simply at where we have increased or decreased funding and to see if we could get a better understanding as to what the impact, what that really means and what the impact would be on what we are trying to do in terms of improving the quality of education that our children are getting. So I wanted to start 41,002. I recognize that for youth development services, we have had a decrease. And wherever there's a decrease or the sums have remained static, it is a concern for me in understanding exactly what it means and the impact, especially given where inflation is and where how prices impact either provision of services or just what we're able, purchasing power. So in terms of what is that now? Child and youth development, in terms of youth development services, that is function 8, recreation, culture and religion, -05. Just if you could just indicate.
Okay. So there was a one-off payment that was paid in December, so that explains those numbers that you're looking at, the 239 versus the 235.
The 394 versus the 235. Okay, so it was a one-off payment, and therefore you would not have it recurring this year. Okay, fine. And any other detail in terms of that?
Well, if you're looking at the overall 394 versus the 235, remember that the information division was removed from the ministry, and that would explain that significant decline.
Okay, thanks much for that. In terms of, let me just do the declines first. In terms of the pre-primary education, I note that there is an increase in terms of the allocation, which I think that most persons would actually welcome in terms of where we are. I just wanted Minister to look beyond that to see what is responsible for the major part of that increase.
Okay, so for the pre-primary education, if you go to 41,016, page 41,016, it will give you the details. It includes the early childhood sector in that number, and you'll see early childhood would have increased from 1.75 billion to 1.97 billion, and that would have accounted for the major increase in the overall budget for pre-primary education.
Thanks, Minister. I see that is primarily in terms of compensation, though, and I was wondering about some of the other gaps we have seen in pre-primary in terms of just play equipment, just other stuff that is required and not just compensation. Just based on the focus of pre-primary, I was wondering if you thought that that was sufficient and how the gap would be made up in terms of other areas.
So for pre-primary, we're talking about grades 1 to 3. Is that what you're talking about as well?
Primarily grades 1 and 3, yeah.
Where in particular are you looking? Where in particular?
I'm looking at 41,016, as you had indicated. And the head of it would have said that pre-primary education is concerned with the development of children up to age 8. The institutions involved are daycare centers, brain builder centers, basic schools, infant departments, and grades 1 to 3.
And I'm sorry, the question you had?
The question was, as you directed me to this particular page in terms of the details, is to identify that the bulk of the increase is around compensation, which we know is needed and is welcome, and I said that before. But I was just wondering in terms of that sector and some of the gaps that would still be unattended, how is that being dealt with?
Right, so in the early childhood sector, there is still quite a lot of work that's needed there to continue the modernization of the sector that was started some years ago in terms of creating more infant departments, more infant centers, in terms of creating more brain builder centers to accommodate our children who are in the 0 to 3 years. There's work needed to add more trained practitioners into the sector. And so these are the efforts, that we will be working on, will be scaling up on in the years ahead. As you may be aware, currently the government, when you look at government versus private sector provision in the early childhood, government is about 20%. 80% of early childhood is still provided by private providers. So as the government becomes bigger in the sector, you will see an increase in the number of brain builder centers, which are the equivalent of daycare centers. You'll see an increase in the number of infant schools, infant centers, which are the equivalent of basic schools, and you will see more trained practitioners as we continue to shore up the early childhood sector.
Okay, so I'm correcting, I'm assuming, Minister, that yes, we have seen here that increase related to compensation, but that there is still significant work to be done, which would mean that in terms of where we are in pre-primary, and I'm just looking at it in terms of all we've been talking about, this crisis almost, and where we are and what is required, that notwithstanding the 24% of the non-debt budget that is in education, that there are still some significant gaps.
Right.
Okay. No problem. I also wanted Minister to look at, again, the subsidiary services to education on 41,002, where I see the increase in student support services.
And if you go
and again, I just want to take the same approach that I did before, that if you could just unmask that a little bit for us.
Okay, so the details of that, the student support services, would be on page 41,000-27. And you will see at the top that the school nutrition support went from 5.2 to 6.7 billion. And the reason for that is during the pandemic, we had to provide the Ministry of Labor and Social Security with funding for PATH. So that was taken out of Ministry of Education's budget and went to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. But this year, given that we are back in the face-to-face mode and our PATH payment goes to our schools to help our children with nutrition support, you see the number reflected there. So it's at $6.7 billion for school nutrition support and school transport, 6.7 billion.
Okay, thanks for that, Minister. Again, just to ask about the provision of the that allocation for PATH to the various institutions, that we have had in the past a lot of uncertainty around it, just in terms of timing and schools being very concerned about how the timing on which it is being provided. With this increase, can we also expect that there will be some improvement in terms of just the certainty with which it is going to arrive at the schools so that they can plan? We already know that although this has increased, that it still is not adequate to provide the kind of nutrition, to address the nutritional needs of our students. So I think that having certainty in terms of when it is actually going to be accredited to them or sent to their account is important.
Right, so member, we know how important school nutrition is to our children, and so every effort will be made at the ministry to ensure that these funds are dispersed on time and in the accurate amounts for the various schools. We take this seriously, and I personally will pay particular attention to ensure that there's no uncertainty with these budgeted funds that are here for nutrition.
Okay. Thanks for that commitment, Minister. I'm sure that it is being heard and that you'll be held to account for that commitment that you have made. Minister, in terms of 41,003, I think that would be. Yeah, 3 that would be. In terms of, where am I now? The family, children, social service. Oh no, I'm still on 41,002. In terms of social security and welfare services, I know that that has remained constant at 51 million. 51.6.
Which one?
Child and youth development. Talking about function 10. 41,002.
21. We're at 41,000.
Page 1, 41,002.
Okay. Go ahead.
Function 10, social security and welfare.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Right, and in particular, I was talking about the fact that for child and youth development under family and children, that allocation has remained constant. As I said, whenever it remains constant, I really just want to know what you're expecting in terms of the impact of holding it constant.
All right, so that is really for the policy development area. That's not the bulk of the spending for youth. You'd have to look back up at the top of the page, youth development services for the $235 million. And remember, I'd explained to you that the decline there has to do with the fact that the information division is taken out of the budget. So what you're looking at under family and children, child and youth development, that's really for the policy development.
That's also the policy development. Okay. Minister, in terms of, I'm on 41,005. Well, you know, let me move from there, since we kind of move from there. And I'm on 41,008, is it? Yes. And again, I'm just looking at some of the activities that are there. I see an increase.
41,000 what?
8.
8, okay.
Yes. There is an increase in the allocation for human resource management and other support services, dealing with professional, administrative, clerical, and ancillary personnel, and again, including employment and so on. We expect to see an increase there. I am particularly interested in ensuring that the training, a little bit about that training component, especially as we are looking to see how we improve our, what we do in terms of professional development and in terms of what is required. Granted, this is executive direction and administration, but just a little bit from you, Minister, about what is expected there.
Okay, so we have a massive push on the way to implement the MyHR system, which is a government-wide HR, payroll, and pension management system. So this is a big effort to increase the efficiency within central ministry. So all our teachers, we have the data for them in one place. It's a system that's web-based. So they will be able to log on and look at their records and ensure that we have the correct information about them. They can pull down their payroll. And this is, once we get the full implementation up and the functions are available, they can look at their pay slip. They can look at their leave balances. They can request job letters. They don't have to call the central ministry and wait for that anymore. But this effort has started in earnest. Some of the functionality is there, but as you can imagine, with such a massive implementation of this that it will take us some while, but we have a dedicated team that's working on it. I get a report on a weekly basis, and I know that there is significant progress that is happening here to increase the efficiency, the operational efficiency of the ministry.
Okay, thanks for that, Minister. It's good to hear that. I want to contrast that, though, to the decrease as well now and I'm on 41,011, the decrease in the regions and their support to schools. When we examine that, there are probably a few, I remember tertiary, and I think probably vocational, is it? Where we have seen some, and that's on 41,012, 41,013. We have seen some increase in that, but all the others are either static or, in fact, they have been decreased. And I ask because this activity is supposed to support teaching and learning initiatives at all levels of the education system in order to enhance human capital development. So I just wanted to understand that as well.
Right, so under this heading which supports the regions, there's also the one-off payment, right? There's also the one-off payment that would have been reflected in the 2021-2022 figures, and so you would have to make that adjustment when you're looking at the comparison.
Which means that there was no such one-off payment for technical and vocational services or for tertiary. And I'm just comparing the different departments as reflected, the allocation for the different departments as reflected on 41,012 and 41,013.
Okay, so there's, right, the compensation increase, the 4% in this fiscal year, and 2.5%.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Minister.
Right, so it would reflect the 4% compensation increase.
Right, that's what you had said earlier, and then I asked whether or not there wasn't a similar payment done in respect of technical and vocational education or tertiary, since the allocation there was not.
No, but supervision of technical and vocational education,
yes.
That line item, that went from 207 to 231.
Right.
Is that the line item?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There was an increase there. Right. So we might have engaged more persons in that areas because we want to continue to mainstream technical and vocational education, all right, through these technical and vocational development officers.
Okay. You're saying you might have, Minister, or you have.
All right.
I mean, I just want to know what it is.
We have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minister, on 41,014, the provision of scholarships and tuition assistance, I'm pleased to see the increase there as well, because we understand how important that is. If I look at scholarships and tuition as it relates to primary, tertiary grants, scholarships for teacher education, math scholarship. The reason why I just wanted to flag that a little bit is because I know how important this information is to members of Parliament, especially since a significant portion of our CDF is actually also used to top that up. And so it's important to just kind of flag that a little bit there as well.
Okay. So member, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that in this area, at the Central Ministry, we do have some 400 million, over 400 million that's available in scholarships to students who can apply for them. We have a website that is available that they upload their information on. And, you know, as budget lends, we will always seek to increase the support for our students. Yeah, especially now with COVID and the difficulties.
Minister.
So that's a number that I like to see a plus in it always.
I see here where the question was asked about an increase in the allocation for scholarships and tuition assistance. Can you explain exactly what this entails? Because the latter part of your question spoke to the $400 million, which is probably for tertiary education in terms of scholarship and student assistance. But this $4.8 billion, exactly what does it mean, regular grants, tuition assistance to primary school, secondary school, if you would care to share?
Yeah, right here. Primary and secondary. Teachers education. Okay. Oh, these are, well, the $4.5 billion to primary and secondary schools would be regular grants, operational grants to school, to the primary and secondary schools. Additionally, in that number, under the heading student financial assistance, we also have exam fees, $805 million in exam fees, and you will note that those would have risen from $600 million to $805 million to help our students with their CSEC, their City and Guilds, and their CAPE exams and other exams that we may have.
So basically then, Minister, the sub-program 21, scholarships and awards, is really part of the whole aspect of the grants to the primary schools and the secondary schools, and not necessarily, as it is suggesting, scholarships. Because that's the first thing that hits me. But now I understand that it covers both the regular grants to the primary school and the regular grants to the secondary schools. Basically, what you have indicated too is that the other grants that would normally cover financial assistance to students and other scholarship has remained flat in terms of what they have been for the past 3 years.
Right, so yes, that would have remained flat, but you will note that we have stepped up in terms of the exam fee assistance that we give, and that has moved from $600 million to $805 million.
So where is that $400 million that you just mentioned a while ago as
scholarships?
Scholarships. Where is that from?
I'm sorry, 365.
Well, we can round it
Or-
up. What's $35 million in the scheme of things?
That's in the 4.8 billion. That's in that overall number up there.
I see.
Yeah.
But Minister, no, I'm lost here. Oh, 3.6, but that is just for teachers.
Right. So those are some of the details that would be included in the 4.8 billion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, no, well, where I was getting at, is there any provision in the budget for assistance at the tertiary level for students who would not be able to find the funding as has existed in the past? Where in the budget do we find that assistance, and how much is it?
Well, they can apply for assistance out of that 365 that I mentioned earlier. And we do have many tertiary students that apply and are awarded grants. Okay. And scholarships.
But, Minister, well, the narrative clearly says it's scholarship for teacher education and in bracket maths mathematics scholarships.
But the one above that. Ask her about the one above that.
And that's where the 365 million is. So are you saying that it is not reflected totally in what the narrative is saying here?
I'm getting the breakdown of this number. Yeah.
Because you have maths and science, you have JAMBAT, you have financial assistance. It's about 4 categories.
Okay. 535 million scholarships overall in terms of scholarships, broken down into scholarships, special scholarships, JAMVAT, and financial assistance grants, financial assistance grants. So an overall of 535 million, of which scholarships for special needs, special schools. Okay, the special program would be the 365, and then you have JAMVAT, which is another amount.
Minister, just to continue, with the allocation for scholarships that you had explained earlier, which persons do online, I am aware of many persons actually accessing that, that portal, but I find that, one, it is not very responsive, and I'm not sure if you actually have a note that says only successful students will be contacted, because persons apply and they're not sure what is happening. Sometimes they're called for additional documentation, but it's very tardy. And I believe that, especially for students who really are looking forward to this allocation to help them finance their education, it leaves them really uncertain as to how to proceed. I believe that it needs to be more timely. It needs to be more timely, and I believe that the communication with the students need to be more certain as well, and a clear understanding as to the process and the timeline.
Right. So I agree with you, member, that the process can be more streamlined, can be made easier in terms of the upload of documentation, the response time, to indicate to the students, whether or not they're incomplete or if they're on track. So we will be looking to ensure that we streamline that more, so it is as easy as possible to apply. But just so you're aware, some 6,000 applications came in to us the last time that window was opened, and we assisted 3,000 students with scholarships and grants.
Right, so that's about 50% or thereabout, which would mean that there's probably another 3,000 there who are wondering, is it my address? Why nobody has spoken to me or responded to me? I'm telling you from personal experience, and I know because I have encouraged a lot of persons to apply, and so they come back and give me the feedback, and that is why I'm able to say this to you in terms of how it is handled.
Well, member, I honestly do not believe that anybody is omitted because of their address.
I'm just saying to you what the lack of communication
will do in terms. Yes.
Yeah.
So I agree that that process, given the need, that process ought to be improved. Yes.
Okay. 41,015, Minister. The exam fees that you just mentioned a while ago, moving from 600 million to 805, is it? I like the fact that we are seeing an increase, which means that some forward thinking is taking place there. I'm wondering, though, just given all that has been happening in terms of the exams, whether it is CXC or not, what other assistance is provided to students and to our schools? What are the issues they're facing? What assistance has been provided to make sure that we can make the most out of the allocation that we actually are making here?
Okay.
And you know that I would in fact be talking about whether or not our students feel that they are prepared for the CXC exams, whether or not they think they need additional support and so on.
Okay. So thank you for that question, member. We remain in communication with our schools, with our examination partners, our parents. We're always testing the environment for the readiness. We have already written a letter to CXC outlining our concerns, given that our students are just coming back into the face-to-face environment. And we will continue to press on that front on behalf of our students so that they go into the exams, with the highest readiness possible and the highest level of support that they can get.
Okay, thanks for that, Minister. I'm pleased to know that a letter has in fact been sent to CXC, because I know that in some institutions there has already been signs of unease about the timeline and where we are going. So I think that that is important. So it doesn't appear, as we had the last time, that it is a last minute that we're actually...
It never was.
No, if you know what I said, Minister, I used my words.
There was a lot of lobbying
I chose my words carefully,
on.
Minister.
A lot of lobbying efforts went on.
I say so that it does not appear. So I'm pleased to see that.
There's a lot of lobbying efforts last year.
Minister, we have done quite a bit. Let me go to there's some reduction. Minister, the reduction in special education, the allocation to special education, where we see a reduction, that's on 41,023, or some other areas where we see a reduction. I think special education is one, and private education. Yeah, private education is on 41,017. Which is, again, that brain builder and those, and the allocation to them, that has remained fairly flat. But there is indeed a reduction on 41,023 in the allocation for special education. I always ask because persons tend to believe that as a country we have not placed enough emphasis and attention on special education. So I ask about that.
All right. So, member, for our special needs students, our services to our special needs students include educational, rehabilitation and therapeutic services for children with diverse disabling conditions. We also continue to provide shadow or caregiver support to those of our special needs students. We've initiated the development and implementation of a national school-to-work transition program for students with disabilities, as well as the national standards for special education schools and programs. The reason you're seeing a decline from 1.439 to 1.426 is that the grants, contribution, and subsidies of 19 million was a one-off payment to help many of our special needs institutions in the last budget year. This was a one-off payment of 40,000 to help.
Minister, just generally speaking, I note that a lot of the reduction is explained by a one-off payment in 2021, and then we go back to normal. And I'm just wondering if that fully reflects the need that has been highlighted coming out of COVID in terms of what we need to do as we move forward.
Right. So as you know, member, there are many needs in the education sector. We continue to work as best as we can within the confines of our budgets, paying attention to all sectors of the education landscape, from early childhood all the way to tertiary. And so, I would say there continue to be needs, many needs that exist, but we believe that, again, within our budget, we have been addressing many of these. We look to our partners as well, outside of education, to assist in whatever way they can, whether it's providing devices for students, providing other kinds of support, scholarships. I know many of our private sector companies provide scholarships for students to help them through school and so on. Education requires a lot of resources. I know parents as well provide quite a bit. If you look at the numbers relative to what the government provides, parents do provide a lot. At any one time, if you take a measurement, you will probably not find 100% of the needs met, but to the best of our ability within the budgets that we have, we try to make the spend be as efficient as it can be and as equitable as it can be across the sector.
Minister, that is appreciated that we can't deal with 100% of what is required. I think that, though, that as important as education is, we have to have a national conversation about what we can afford, what is being met. I mean, it has always been a collaborative effort in terms of funding education. So what is being met by partners? Because I believe that where we are in 2022 in terms of our education system and the output, that it requires a little bit more urgency that we might have given, especially coming out of the pandemic. And I raise those issues for those reasons.
Okay. I'm not pushing because education is important, but I'm asking that we confine our examination to the line items, just because we have a schedule for each ministry that is before us, and the time schedule was. So to be as concise.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm looking at it is 11:03. We were scheduled to start this conversation at 11:15, and therefore, given the importance of hold on. I listened to you, Chairman. No. So I'm also looking at the fact that I did not give a statement at the beginning.
I do understand, but I'm just asking all of us as members to be as concise and as focused as we can be, because there are challenges to the day for other parliamentarians. So we are just asking that we be focused and concise in our questions and confine things to the line item. No pressure, just want to be
no pressure taken. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Member, just with regards to your last statement, coming out of the pandemic, you will note that despite the fall off in the overall government budget, the overall revenues to the government, education, the amount allocated to education remained constant or better. For the upcoming financial year, it's 20.4% of the non-debt expenditure. So government has a focus, has a commitment, and that's expressed in the budget to education.
We just have a little difference of opinion, but that's fine, Minister. Minister, I want you to move to the capital budget.
Yep.
And to note that, the one with the 41,005, I think it is, which is really around the additional classrooms and so on, started in 2015 that we're finishing up now. I just wanted to understand, Minister, whether or not it is just simply around ending the shift system, or whether or not it will have any impact on reducing class size, being able to reduce class sizes, and so on.
So you're speaking to the capital budget of 1.3.
I was actually breaking it down. There are 4 projects, right? So I was dealing with the project
Okay, all right.
Education
So-
Transformation Program, which is
Right,
on 41,000 C5.
All right, so I know what's in the book there that you've just read, but just to make it a little bit more understandable, for the upcoming year, we will complete on some of the projects that are listed there. I'm sorry, I do have a list of the ones that we will complete on. And then I have a list of the ones that we will commence in the upcoming year. Let me begin.
Well, the one in 41,000 C, I suspect you are not finishing since the extension is to March 2024. But I was just talking in terms of the additional classrooms and so on, whether or not it would allow for lower class sizes at all.
Right, so the construction that we are either commencing or preparing for is aimed at removing the high schools
From the shift
floor and
system.
shift, reduce the overcrowding, and provide an increased quality in the school spaces. I know that we have 9 schools that we will commence major infrastructure work on. These are Cedric Titus High, Bridgeport High, Homewood Technical, Exchange All Age, Westwood High, Albertown High, Newell High, St. Joseph High, and Diaz Infant School that we will commence major infrastructure construction on them, and then we will right after that, alongside that, we'll be doing all the pre-construction, pre-contracting work so that we'll be ready for another 9 schools for major infrastructure. And those would be Port Antonio High, Denham Town High, Nain High, New Forest High, Bel-Air High, Aberdeen High, Stony Hill High, Brown Brook Primary, and Papine High.
Minister, may I just remind you that you can, the member is being concise in her questions, and you can be equally concise in your answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, just one question as it relates to your last listing. For many, many years now, and you are not at the helm at the ministry, but each budget cycle we come to for the past 4 or 5 years, Horace Clark High has come up for a question in terms of expansion for classrooms. And we've been promised each year that the next year it would come, but I still see the next year not coming yet, in that really the next year is not a definitive time. So can we have some idea as to when something may happen in terms of the classroom expansion at that particular institution, which has been promised for many years now?
Mr. Brown. Okay. One second. What's the target? What's the target? Yeah, but when?
So this financial year, how much? Developmental pre-contract.
So I understand from our building, the head of our building department, that it is on the list for the work that needs to be done pre-contract, pre-construction, so it's teed up to be done.
For this financial
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Minister? No, Minister, the CAP program. I have the sense from talking to some of the students and that some of the same issues that Hart has with their certification is affecting that program. Are you aware of any issues with the certification process? Are you aware of any issues?
Not aware that there are any issues. but we could
Okay.
investigate.
And the ministry is, when I see the allocation, it's, and it's round about, well, it's a small reduction from 2021, but it's still fairly substantial. The ministry continues to be committed to the CAP program.
Right, so the CAP is more mainstreamed into the education system now. It will be, overseen by the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica in terms of the assessment of the program to ensure the number of students that the schools say that they have or are there, and the certification and all the quality assurance that needs to happen. It will be done by the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica. As you know, they're one of our premier institutions when it comes to accreditation and quality of programs in our institutions.
Minister, one of the responses that I was looking for that I didn't hear, in terms of the expansion to these high schools and primary schools and so on, is whether or not, when this particular program is complete, it would cover all of the existing needs in terms of getting our students off a shift program.
Right, there are 15 schools on shift. No,
And then
this particular program that I've outlined will only be dealing with some of them. Our budget is, as I said earlier on, $1.3 billion. We have to demonstrate that we can do the work and begin to get these schools off of ship. I know it's been talked about a long time now, but it's with earnest that we are approaching it to ensure that we begin the process. There are 37 of them that are still on shift, so it will still take some time to do all 37.
Okay. 41,000 C12, Minister. Which is the increased modernization of the education sector. I see the allocation I see what is being done, Minister, in terms of construction of the 6 new STEAM and 1 visual and performing arts secondary level institution. And I also see that there is an objective of improving the management of our school plans, human capital, and so on. I was just wondering, Minister, and certainly I am for us ensuring that we have these institutions like STEAM institutions, visual arts, and so on. But I was wondering about putting the funds there and whether or not what we are doing there would actually improve the outcome that we are seeing in terms of where our students end secondary school. So, for example, the possibly 70 to 80% of our students who would come out with less than desirable certification, qualification. Is this intended, how is this rather intended to deal with those? Or is this still targeting that 27% or so who are doing well? That's the question that I'm really asking.
Okay, so STEM forms the base of the national standards curriculum. We have to do more work in terms of training our teachers. We have to provide a STEM environment in all of our schools. These particular institutions would signal the beginning of that effort to ensure that STEM is mainstreamed in our school. Students understand what it is, teachers understand what it is, they're teaching it, students are learning in that environment. And we wholeheartedly believe that putting these institutions into the education sector They're going to be very large institutions for 2,000 or more students. So there will be quite a large cohort of students that will be able to benefit from these. But we're not simply going to stop at these 6. This is just the beginning process of ensuring that our education system really, can perform or begin to perform at the level that we require. We have to build the 21st century, build out in our students the 21st century skills. And, because we're building these 6 institutions, does not mean that we are ignoring all the others. STEM is the base of the national standards curriculum that's available, that should be taught in all our schools, and we're just coming along with the infrastructure work that needs to be done to create that STEM environment for our students.
Minister, I've still not received a response to my question. I am very well aware of the importance of STEM, STEAM, and all of that. The question I was asking is that because we have already acknowledged that between 70 and 80% of our students are not ending secondary school with the kind of qualification we would desire. So I'm asking whether or not how what is intended here will assist in making sure that we are not seeking to strengthen the divide that exists between those who are those who are doing well and those who are not. Minister, I listened to your response. I'm trying to get you to understand what I was asking for that I did not hear. So one of the things that I did ask for is whether or not what is going to be the impact on the 80% that are not doing well, and I didn't hear that.
So, member, again, just going...
I'm going to make that short.
Going back to where we start.
No, after the member, I'm entertaining 2 more questions. We've gone well over an hour with education.
Madam Chair, this is my last question in terms of that.
Okay.
I thought that I would in fact do these ask these questions because I believe that education is that important.
It's
if
very
we spend
important.
more here, we will spend less in the courts and in national security, and that was
It's agreed, and it is agreed, and that is why I have allowed us to go over. It's very important, and I'm going to ask the minister to be as concise as she can in her answer because she's going to be able to elaborate at her budget time.
Members, that we know we do our research, but questions, please, questions.
So, member, STEM education has to be mainstreamed in the education system. We started out by creating a curriculum, a national standards curriculum that is STEM-based. We are training our teachers, and the STEM schools that we're building is just part of the grand design for the education sector, to have everyone exposed to STEM education in the education sector. Yeah, it's curriculum, it's training of teachers, it's the physical environment, it's all of those, ICT, and it's all of that.
Minister, I have a couple of questions. Madam Chair.
To have control of what happens
Chair,
here.
I apologize.
And your apology is accepted.
And I know you have important business to get to today.
Right.
So do I.
Right. So
I won't detain you. Minister, can you indicate the state of readiness of our schools for reopening, in particular around their ability to do testing for COVID at schools and having the resources to put in the sanitation stations, etc.?
Okay, so member, recall that our schools have been opened since November of last year. The Ministry of Health and Wellness would have done their physical inspection of all our schools, and I can tell you all but 5 or 6 have not received that seal of approval from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. So our schools have been operating. They just have not had the full cohort of students in the school, and they would not be operating if they did not get the satisfactory mark from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. So they have had to have sanitization stations, signs at the school, isolation center, the products needed, and so on. So they are ready from that perspective.
What about the COVID, the ability to do COVID testing?
The testing kits, we would have distributed 5,000 testing kits, compliments of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and more to come. The kits, if you have used them, they are quite easy to use. They're home-based e-COVID-19 test kits, and this is part of ensuring that our schools have quick response.
How many schools have received the testing kits, approximately?
I don't have the number, but we distributed as widely as we could. Remember, it's 5,000.
Which is why I asked, because that can't go far.
That's what?
That can't go far.
Right, that's why
kids.
we are in the process of securing more. And we're looking at least 100,000.
All right. My second question relates to the diagnostic testing for persons who were quote-unquote lost or couldn't be found and are now back at school. What is the status of that diagnostic testing, and what is the status of the remedial programs that would be implemented for those students?
All right, so we're finding more and more of our students. We had mentioned a number of 120. We have re-engaged some 40,000 of them. Our teachers in the classrooms have testing instruments that will help them to know where on the learning curve the children are, and then to provide an individual learning plan to help them to recover from the years that they've been away from the education system. And we're also providing extra lessons, homework support for our students to help them in terms of more time on task. You will probably recently note that we are using one of our online platform providers as well, all three of the online providers, to help our students. The facility is free to our students who can get onto that, but in addition, that's complementing what is done in class and the face-to-face interaction that happens with
so
the
to
students.
be clear, this is being done as part of the normal...
Part of the, getting...
All right, now don't hear me before you try and answer. Is this being done as the normal teaching? Because they're teaching students who are there, plus they have the ones who you have found now, who you have to do the testing and the remedial. Is there a separate program to deal with the testing and the remedial for the students who you are finding, and you're finding more who are coming back to school? Because there must be a capacity issue for a teacher who has to deal with all the regular things, plus then having to do diagnostic testing, then remedial. And what resources are there to deal with that particular issue?
Okay, so it's the teacher in the classroom that would design the personalized assessment for the student. I mean, all students would have done the assessment. It would be analyzed at Central Ministry, sent back to the teachers, and it's in the classroom teacher who would be, engaging with these students to help them with their recovery. On top of what happens in the classroom, what I was trying to explain is that we also have our providers that we used last summer to help our students, those who are able to access it virtually. But on top of that as well, we have the National Homework and extra lessons that we are rolling out to also help our students, and some of this will be face-to-face, and some of it will continue to be virtual.
Can you give me an idea then of, maybe in percentage terms, of how many students have gone through that diagnostic testing since the return to face-to-face school?
Over 70%. That's what I'm hearing from over 70% did the test.
Okay, and that, you said all of the data goes back to the Ministry for assessment?
Yeah.
All right, well, okay, so my follow-up question to that is, based on the test that you have received, what is the Ministry's view of the learning loss that has been experienced by the students who have been missing for probably 2 years or so? Meaning, of the 70% you get back, is it that most of them are good and they can continue as normal, or the majority need remedial, etc.? That's what I want to know.
Okay. So member, what we're seeing in those assessments is what we would have expected, given that our children, some of our children have been out of school or not connected to the school system for such a long period of time, and that's why we're taking all the efforts, all these initiatives that we're putting in place to help with our children. The chief education officer is telling me that about 10,000, preliminarily about 10,000 are going to require real, intensive hands-on.
And in the budget cycle that we are in, are there resources to implement those remedial programs while you continue to do the regular teaching that you're doing?
250 million, and this includes face-to-face and the online learning opportunities, extra lessons, and so forth. We have math and literacy coaches that are going to be working with underperforming schools, and again, guided by the diagnostic test and other assessment. We have some student coaches. There will be pull-out sessions for students who teachers are realizing are not grasping the work. We have co-teaching, we have co-planning. As you know, teachers come together to talk about what's happening in their different classes. We'll have math and literacy camps. We're indicating to parents already that we're going to do a repeat of the summer school we did last year. We're having capacity building training for teachers in terms of the national standards curriculum, focusing on strengthening how they implement that curriculum at the school level. And we have an increased focus on parent engagement in education. And this is not just we're saying we're having an increased focus. We have a target of 97,000 parents that we have to reach by the end of June to assess them and to map them to programs that we want them to be in to help them in terms of their interaction with their children and how to help them to support their children in terms of their education. And just lastly, our yard-to-yard is on the way. It's going on, and we are finding students and re-engaging them with our schools.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pages. Members, I want to put the head 41,000, pages 1 to 33, head 41,000C, pages 1 to 15, head 41051, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team. Can I invite the sanitation team to come in and the people for the Ministry of Science, Technology to come?
guys have been questioning him already. You guys have been questioning him a long time. You guys was traveling. You guys was in London. You help me with this if there's anything. You have like a sticker pad to write your notes or something? In case you have to hear. Yeah. I think the Ministry of Education people had some ask them outside. Ministry of Education. Before they leave.
I want to welcome the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology, Minister Darrell Vaz, and I want to now invite him and his team.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members. Let me introduce the team. We have Carol Palmer, Permanent Secretary. We have Ms. Joaquin Murray, Chief Technical Director of the ICT Division. We have Mr. Telroy Morgan, the Acting CEO of Petrojam. Mr. Andrew Lee, the Executive Director of E-Learning. Mr. Lincoln Allen, the Postmaster General. And Ms. Latoya Gale, Director of Budget. And Mr. Richard Fonseca, the PFO. So, Madam Chair, members, for 2022-23, the Ministry enjoys a relatively flat budget where the numbers are reflecting an increase of 3% from $6.4 billion to about 6.6 round figures. Increase on the recurrent side, which is an increase of 198,579,000 Jamaican dollars. Madam Chair, though it is to be noted that Object 21 shows some water. Some water or some some rum and coconut water. Minister Paul can help me. I see him doing over here. So, Madam Chair, though it is to be noted that Object 21 shows an overall increase of about 25%, the increase represents a combination of Object 21, compensation of employees, and Object 22, travel expenses and subsistence. That is, motor vehicle upkeep allowance has been rolled into compensation. The use of goods and services, Object 25, there's a 21% overall increase. Under this Object 25, this 21% increase is largely attributable to an adjustment to accommodate enhanced provisions. eGov Jamaica Limited given its increased responsibilities. In relation to Object 27, grants, contribution, and subsidies, major allocations under this object is in the amount of 1.82 billion. 700 million of this provision is to support e-learning's Tablets in Schools project, and the balance to support the implementation of the very important broadband initiative. So the 700 million members is critical, obviously, to continue the e-learning program, especially assisting the Ministry of Education. Madam Chair, for the ensuing financial year, the broadband implementation did not reach expected levels due to delays in finalizing arrangements with the private sector players and supply chain challenges. Nevertheless, we must persevere, and so our procurement initiatives are far advanced, and we're in the process of securing agreements with private sector players to support the heightened rate of implementation. So we do anticipate completion within this financial year. Just on two other items, fixed assets, capital goods, Object 32, Madam Chair, eGov Jamaica is a major beneficiary of the increased provisions under this object. The additional provision will assist eGov in its quest to retire some of its aging IT equipment. And under the capital head, 56,000C, Madam Chair, has been afforded a 58% or 246,385,000 increase in its capital budget to facilitate acceleration of the implementation of the Energy Management and Efficiency Program. Under Postal Corporation of Jamaica, salaries and related expenses are projected at 121.15 million in 22-23 when compared to the current budget of 49.30 million, which is page 218 of the Jamaica Public Bodies estimate. The changes to facilitate increased staff from 19 to 40 positions. And finally, the property, plant, and equipment projected at 177.13 million in 22-23 when compared with the current year's figure of 25.66 million. The movement of the PP is based on the planned capital expenditure of 175 million to purchase counter automation software, among other capital items. Madam Chair and members, I think it would be remiss of me if I did not speak to the issue of energy security, especially as it relates to Petrojam, which I know has been in the news, and I know it was a topic for the Minister of Finance. And just to indicate, Madam Chair, under the heading Introduction, page 212 of Jamaica Public Bodies Act, it is stated that consequently PCJ's 51% shareholding in Petrojam will be transferred to the Accountant General. Just for clarity, this transfer has already taken place and was executed via instrument of transfer of shares dated February 3rd, 2021. The ZACA report, Madam Chair, will be taken back to Cabinet after the implementation of a public awareness, public relations program, which Cabinet had directed when the report was tabled, and had directed that a public consultation program be undertaken. This was conducted by CAPRI, and its outcome presented to Cabinet. Arising from that outcome is why Cabinet directed that a public awareness, public relations, it was to be undertaken. Petrojam has completed that process, and the selected firm is now finalizing the program after consultation with the board and management team. With the public relations program underway, Madam Chair, the ZACA report will be taken back to Cabinet. Madam Chair, as it relates to Petrojam, the future of Petrojam is under active consideration. However, obviously, with the current situation in Eastern Europe, our attention has been shifted somewhat to oil prices and our energy security, specifically fuel and crude oil to maintain our economy. I am to report not only to members here but to the wider public and Jamaica at large that Jamaica has 3 to 4 weeks reserve supply of finished product and 6 weeks of crude. This situation is being actively monitored and our supply chain is not in jeopardy. I will give you some statistics. Madam Chair, Jamaica currently sources both crude oil and finished product from Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, and Barbados. In the case of Barbados, we do about 60,000 barrels every 2 months. All of these, Madam Chair, are based on contracts, fixed contracts, some yearly and some shorter. And truth be told, that whereas there is a great concern in what's happening in Eastern Europe, the fact that there may be some dislocation in relation to that supply from Russia, obviously it's an opportunity for other persons to ramp up to be able to make and meet that shortfall. So I want to categorically state to the people of Jamaica today that we have storage capacity both in Jamaica and outside of Jamaica, which is more than adequate for an offshore, for the island. We have both storage locally here and we have storage offshore. And therefore, with those two sources, for an island as we are well secure in terms of our fuel arrangements. What we are not and cannot predict, obviously, is prices. But based on the contracts that we have, supply is there. And based on funds available to purchase, which is going to also be a critical aspect, we do have that as a country. And therefore, again, the only thing that I would say to the people of Jamaica is we have always talked about conservation, but we really have not practiced it. And maybe this unfortunate situation really is the wake-up call for each and every one of us to take that responsibility in our own hands to be able to conserve and use less fuel. I would also report that, coincidentally, a team from Petrojam has just returned from Nigeria, where they participated in the 4th session of the Nigeria-Jamaica Joint Commission, which was held February 22 to 24, as part of a delegation led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I am happy to say that the main discussion at the meeting was the finalizing of an MOU on oil and gas cooperation. And this MOU covers crude oil supply arrangements with Nigeria, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, cooperation in oil and gas exploration, technical support in optimizing our local refinery operations, and last but not least, liquefied natural gas from Nigeria and the setting up of an LNG tank farm. So this again is timely, and this again shows, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, that there is other alternatives that are being explored to make sure that we have more options and better options. So I think it was important that I speak to that as a major point in my opening remarks. I want to thank my colleagues who shadow this portfolio, Member Paulwell and Member Graham, who I enjoy a very good working relationship. And as a matter of fact, we communicated even before this so I could get an idea of some of their concerns and be able to answer it better and more prepared. So rather than preempting and speaking to the answers, obviously, I will now open for questions. But thank you very much, Madam Chair, and as again, I just close by saying that there's no need to panic as it relates to our supply, and we'll be monitoring, obviously, the prices as things and times unfold.
I'm happy to invite Member Paulwell, who is always so cooperative, to field questions in this field.
Thank you very much.
So always in the interest of the country, which is very important. His attitude lends a lot.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I thank the Minister for the very long opening.
Important, though.
Yes, but Chairman, I really wanted to say a word of commendation to the staff of the ministry and indeed all the staff in our public service. This has been a very difficult period for them, and that they have showed up, they have continued to work hard amidst all of the strife. So let me start by commending PS and her team for the work that they continue to do on behalf of the people of this country. Minister, you quite rightly start with the number one issue that we have to contend with now, the issue of energy and fuel prices in particular. And you have indicated that there is security of supplies. But I just want to address the issue of pricing again, because, and the first issue on pricing has to do with the assumptions that are being made. This week we heard the Minister of Finance made an assumption on which a budget has been casted of a price of $67. Right, 0.5 for the price of oil. And I see Petrojam has indicated their own pricing to be in the region of about $82.
79.
Well, I'm just reflecting. Yeah. Yes, 79.36 per barrel. Could you just explain the differential there? Because that would be quite significant.
I would just answer that very quickly by saying that I'm not quite sure at what point these assumptions were made. But I would think, just based on the discrepancy between it, that obviously it may have been at different times.
Well, the books were all tabled at the same time, on the same day. And I suspect, especially the Ministry of Finance would have taken the extra trouble to cross-reference with the lead agency in Jamaica on the issue of petroleum products.
But bear in mind that the budget was casted from last year.
No, Minister. Last year's assumptions are quite different. Last year, the Minister of Finance, Julian, what was the assumption for the price? $45 was for the price of oil, and it ended up at about what? 73. And I'm not too sure last year what was Petrojam's assumptions. But this year, the presentations were done simultaneously, and I can't see why the Ministry of Finance would not have consulted with Petrojam in relation to their assumption. Petrojam is the lead agency. They must be the experts. So I still am seeking clarification on that.
I'll get that clarification for you, member. I'll have to communicate with the Ministry of Finance on that.
And you can appreciate that it is fundamental to the entire exercise here, because we are pursuing the finances of the country based on certain assumptions. And if they are fundamentally different from what has been indicated by the Ministry of Finance, then we're really in for a serious problem.
I'll get better clarification, but I'm just being told that the $67 was back in November when the budget was being casted, and 73 was the final, in the final estimate. But as I said, that's a Minister of Finance matter that I'll have to take up to find out exactly why this discrepancy is there.
Sorry, let me just help. I'm reading from the fiscal policy paper, the projection for 22-23, and this was tabled on February 10th. I'm on page 14, part 2. The projection for 22-23, which was done, tabled on February 10th, is 67.5. The projection which would have been made current fiscal year 21-22 was $45. What we ended up at, again based on the same ministry document, is a projection of 73. It's almost a 50% variance. Now, the reason it is important, when you look at your public bodies document on page 212, Petrojam is almost $14 ahead of the Ministry of Finance. The same documents table the same time.
So let me just answer from the Petrojam standpoint. Obviously, I'm not able to answer from the Ministry of Finance. The price of crude oil purchased from the region, as I said earlier, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, is expected to average 64.61 per barrel in financial year 22-23. Finished product prices are expected to average 75.46. The average cost of sales are forecasted 72.24. So we have to make sure that we're not mixing up both the crude and the finished product. But that's a Petrojam explanation. So I will get better particulars on the matter for your member.
Minister, still on the issue of pricing, the latest price announcement takes us into the realm of the $100 per barrel for products out of the Gulf states. We clearly are in an emergency situation, and I was wondering if the rigid price formula that we all support, I was there, but I remember in my time, during the period of at least one hurricane, we had to suspend the pricing arrangement briefly to accommodate the emergency situation. Would the government be prepared to contemplate that now, as we have seen every week record price levels in this era, record much higher than the crisis of the 70s, the crisis of the 80s, and it is happening every week. Would the government be prepared to contemplate an easing of that, and especially because I see you're forecasting a profit of $2.4 billion for Petrojam this year?
So that obviously will be a matter that would have to be discussed and considered both at the Cabinet and Ministry of Finance consultations. Obviously, in any scenario like that, they may require a subsidy, and therefore, obviously, that, based on all that's happening with the pandemic, etc., and now this, it wouldn't be just something that we could just do without deeper consultation and review. But I take your suggestion on board.
So it is acknowledged that the consumers and businesses are really experiencing a tremendous period of difficulty now.
Absolutely.
And that government is prepared to consider relaxing the pricing mechanism.
As I said, that has fiscal implications, and therefore, obviously, if I made such a commitment at this place, I might not be here next year.
You've spoken about the Zaka report, Minister, and you've indicated that rather than taking a decision, which is 3 years old, the government is going to pursue a public awareness campaign.
So what it is the vexed issue of the pricing, and there is in some quarters felt that it is not transparent, and obviously that you pick it out of a hat every week, and it is important that in order to build confidence that we do have that education specific to the pricing mechanism, and to explain that Petrojam obviously does not set the prices. It is guided by international prices, oil prices, etc. So the issue of the Zaka report was tabled at Cabinet, members, I discussed with you, and they have asked that that be done, and it comes back. So it is still under consideration in terms of what is the best way forward with Petrojam. But as I said earlier, you would understand that based on what's happening now, obviously these emergencies have taken over that situation. So we will keep the country informed in relation to that.
Just to alert the chairman that I'm not focusing at all on the recurrent budget because, as the Minister quite rightly said earlier, it is flat. So when we're ready, we can take all of those pages. I am focusing on, Madam Chairman, the public bodies, and in particular Petrojam, because Petrojam is crucial to our energy security and also the issue in relation to prices. Minister, the ZACA report, you've focused on pricing in the ZACA report, but the ZACA report for me was far more important for the recommendations it has made in relation to the future of Petrojam as an oil refinery. And that to me is fundamental to energy security. And the ZACA report was recommending the closing or less focus on refinery and more importation. That I think is impatient of not only debate but finalizing as early as possible. I don't think the public awareness has to do with that.
No.
So where are we with those decisions that are crucial today?
Those decisions are at Cabinet. The ZACA report has been tabled, the report has been extensively discussed, and the matter is still under revision. As we speak, everything remains the same as it was with Petrojam until such time as Cabinet directs otherwise.
And in relation to that, Minister, one of the issues that the refinery faces has to do with maintenance, has to do with the aging equipment. What is going to be happening to keep Petrojam open until the government decides on its future?
So I'm informed that we have a capex budget of 13 million, which is going to be used to continue to retool as required to make sure that our energy supply is secure until such time as any other decision is taken in relation to the future of Petrojam.
Does this mean that the refinery will have to be shut during any period, and can you say when?
Later this year, in the usual time frame of possibly 3 weeks, you say? And basically, I have a list here, which I won't obviously bring, but I will share it with you after in relation to what the $13 million represents in terms of the retooling.
Minister, the government has announced the sale of the shares, its shares in the Jamaica Public Service. Can you indicate the timeline for this? And more importantly, how is the government going to ensure that its role, because it does have a voice, significant voice on the directorate of JPSCO, you have directors appointed, how the and you thereby influence policies at that level. How are you going to preserve that influence, especially in relation to goals like universal service, the issue relating to electricity theft, and those other matters that governments have to be concerned about?
So, member, in relation to the sale, that matter is still receiving active considerations.
It's in the budget.
The select committee, as you are aware, and a member, is working, and an announcement will be made, obviously, in due course. Let me also remind members that the Electricity Act is under review by, as I said, a special Joint Select Committee of Parliament, and issues relating to the safeguarding of the interests of the consumers, obviously, will loom large in that relation. The other question?
No, Minister, I just want to be clear, because it's one of the assumptions in the budget that the 20% of JPSCO that the government owns on our behalf will be sold during the new financial year, 22-23. So I am assuming that we are way down on the wicket for that sale to happen. So I'm trying to determine what is the specific timeline middle of the financial year, end of the financial year, and whether or not you are going to utilize an approach that was done for the sale of Wigton shares, or what other approach will be adopted.
Member, as we speak, the Ministry of Finance is heavily involved in that through the DBJ, and we are hoping that that will be done in this financial year, and obviously following the procurement guidelines. I have not been advised as to what the final formula will be, but I know that the DBJ is handling it, and I think that I heard recently the Minister of Finance make mention that it was far advanced. Do you have any idea?
I recall that Victor did take about
a
2
cabinet
years.
submission, as we speak, is being finalized based on all the inputs from the DBJ.
Yeah.
So I would say, based on the fact that a cabinet submission is far advanced, that we could say that a decision will come out and be announced after cabinet has, after that cabinet submission has been tabled and cabinet gives directions.
Any update, Minister, on the position regarding electricity theft, because that's a major issue?
Continue to work. We have consultants here now. Is it IDB? IDB and USAID. And basically, it is still, obviously, one of the major issues for JPS that we are working with them on.
Minister, your immediate predecessor had announced the finalization of the integrated resource plan, and we have been awaiting a timeline for new procurement, especially of renewables, which we haven't seen any new procurement for renewables in a number of years. Can you say what is the timeline for that?
So I would say two things on that, member. Since taking office in this ministry in September 2020, a lot of work to get the GPE up and running to where it is now. And I can say that I have been assured by the chairman of the GPE that we are looking to go to a RFP in the second quarter of this new financial year. And I want to commend the GPE because, as I said, and the PS and the ministry staff, when we got it, basically it was a lot of processes that had to be put in place in terms of staff, administration support, the whole 9 yards, and we are now at the stage now where we are actually finalizing the RFP. And I would say one thing more on that, member, and that was the 30% of renewables by 2030 has now been revised, and the Prime Minister is very strong on the fact that we must try to work towards 50% based on all that is happening. So the GPE and the RFP is going to be very critical in relation to obviously allowing these companies who have been waiting for so many years to be able to expand in some cases, and obviously new energy mix. So, member, I'm pushing to meet that deadline of the second quarter of this new financial year.
Yeah, Minister, the Prime Minister's indication of the 50% ambition was actually announced 2 years ago, and we fully support it. But I want to know, in relation to the renewable procurement, are you giving any special weight to any of the technologies, or it's just going to be based on price? And I asked a question having regard to the problem we've had with waste to energy, that we have been contemplating this for many years, but we haven't seen a single project as yet. Is there going to be any identification of technologies in your procurement, or it will be just based on prices when you go to procure?
Well, that obviously will come out in the final recommendations of the GPE, but I would expect if that would be so, Minister, member. And just to say that the waste to energy, as you are aware, there was an enterprise team that was formed on that, and that really is not being in my shop. That is, if I'm not mistaken, local government. And the last that I heard is that they are hopeful that by the end of this year, the consultant report will be ready on that, which will then lead, obviously, to another RFP in relation to waste energy.
Just one final area on the energy. I do want to ask a few questions in relation to the information portfolio. Sorry, just one other question on this, on the area. It has to do with our expectations or ambition to find oil and or gas. Where are we now, Minister, with that project? The 3D seismic haven't been completed, and I gather that the reports were good, showing high prospectivity. Where are we with the next phase, which is drilling?
So, based on the pandemic, member, the United Oil and Gas had a meeting with myself and the team at the ministry, and basically was very upfront in relation to the challenges in the pandemic in relation to raising capital. On that basis and their presentation to us, they remain very confident, but what they needed is time. So I can indicate that Cabinet did give them approve, based on the recommendation of the ministry, a 2-year extension, and that was some months ago. I'm trying to just find the exact date. What was the date? January 2024. And during that period, they are confident of raising the necessary capital and be able to start the drilling at that, within that time.
So before the end of 2024, January, drilling would have occurred.
They would have raised the capital to be able to start the drilling.
And if they fail to do that, the approval would have been terminated.
Absolutely. But they were, I must reinforce that, I mean, despite the times that we are in, they were very confident and they were very upfront and forthright in terms of the time that they would need, and it was supported, and we have given them till January 2024.
Yes. We haven't had any recent meeting of the Energy Council, Minister. I know that you have been bogged down with the Electricity Act, but that council does play a meaningful role. When are we likely to have?
So, member, before coming here this morning, one of the last things that I did was to sign the cabinet submission for the membership of the council. There was some delays because of the required ratio, male and female, and the late responses of the so many entities that are involved in naming the persons. But I can say that that has been done, and I signed the submission this morning. So if it doesn't go to cabinet on Monday, it will be obviously the following Monday. And that's a critical step based on everything that we have discussed so far, member. So we can look forward to that.
I have a few questions on the technology side, but afterwards. Yeah.
Minister,
yes, sir.
Where's the one? I'm well aware of the review process taking place of the Electricity Act. But in the interim, there is at present a shortfall that has to be made up by the under the integrated program. I think there's a 74 megawatt shortfall, and my understanding is that in the current arrangement, JPS have the right of first refusal. It is the GPE that finally sends out the procurement. But could you clarify, just so I'm clear, as to how it operates with JPS? Because JPS had put out some proposal for to liquefied natural gas earlier. Where are we in that process, and what is the process from here going forward in respect of that? I think it's a 74, some shortage.
Megawatts? Yeah, megawatts, and that's to replacement. So from the JPS standpoint, they have made an application that has been approved to replace their 171 megawatts, which they were anxious for, which happened about a month or two ago. So that will allow for them to start that process, while obviously, as you said before, the GPE deals with the wider picture and the overall picture. What was the other?
Just to be clear, so JPS has gotten the go-ahead on that 171.
Yes.
And the GP is dealing with the broader
That's correct.
and procurement sector. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Minister, if I could just turn to the Spectrum Management Authority. On page 223, the income statement, I see an item for other income of $145 million. What is that? Especially the year before, it was just 1.9 million.
Second. A deferred capital grant being recognized as income is what the PFO is telling me.
Capital grant for what? What projects? What purpose?
Money is being received from the Ministry of Finance, which they are now bringing on as income.
But what is this for? What is it going to be used for? Capital projects, or is it going to be for salaries and other things?
Let me get clarity on that for you, member.
The Universal Service Fund, and I think we all inside here will commend the USF for the work that they have been doing, especially recently, to establish free Wi-Fi facilities in our constituencies.
How much have you gotten, member?
I'm one of my three.
One of your three.
But I feel assured.
If you ask any more questions, you won't be getting the other two. So you can get his one.
I was hoping as the father, I would have gotten 4.
You get 4? Okay, all right. We can talk.
But no, I have to commend the team. They are really, really very active, and they have done very well.
So remember, let me just say that I'm also quite proud in terms of the performance. However, there's still outstanding. With 3 packages, 2 of them have been completed out of the 189. However, the 3rd package, which has just completed the procurement requirements, is the biggest package, and my deadline was March 31st. So while I accept on their behalf your commendations, there's a lot of work to do in 28 days, which includes Saturdays and Sundays. And I am hoping that we can at least break the back of this third round of procurements with the installation. But once, as you know, the procurement is always the longest and hardest part, and that's over. So it has been a very good program. I've been watching it, I've been attending some, and you can really see the impact that it is having in the communities, save and except for the one unfortunate incident of the theft, which, of course, I mean, is the most appalling thing that I've seen in a long time.
On page 228, Minister, just again, in the budget for USF, I see other income of $1.8 billion. I didn't see other income in the 2 preceding years. Could you explain what that is?
Is that the 700?
Yes, it's the same amount that is in this book here that is reflected.
It's a 700 million in relation to e-learning that is reflected on the broadband.
So this is coming from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, yes.
And well, as we have been noting year after year, the funding for USF has been depleting, largely because of the dwindling resources coming through voice telephony. What is the government doing now to enhance those funds?
It is under review as we speak. It's a discussion
your 2 or 3 predecessors before you had that same answer.
Yeah, well, the truth of the matter is that this is not going to get better. It's going to get worse, based on obviously the different types of technology that are there. The BS is just telling me that a cabinet submission for consultations on this particular matter. A consultant is now on the way. Consultation is going to cabinet. But it is something that definitely has to be looked at and addressed, as obviously it's not looking very hopeful in terms of the revenue flow.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chairman, just on two other questions that were asked by the other shadow spokesperson who is not here today, and that was the distribution of the 11,000 tablet devices. The focus has been to distribute the tablet device to rural communities where access to retail stores is limited compared with the urban parishes or town centers. The further 13,500 devices that we are to start receiving on March 4th will be similarly distributed. And phase 2 of the Own Your Own program will target the teachers and part students in urban town centers within the various parishes. And the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology continues to work to execute this. And the other, what was the other one for a member? Oh, the broadband. Just a quick update on that, Madam Chair. It remains on track for the implementation by 2025, as I had previously committed. And while work continues on the emergency broadband network to take connectivity to our schools island-wide, the work so far has taken connectivity to all the courts in the capital of each parish, as well as the municipal corporations. The work proceeds for our schools. And in relation to the national broadband, I am pleased to say that we are in the final stages of inking agreement with the IFC, who will take us through all the stages and the various financial models as it relates to the National Broadband Initiative, which includes taking us through the RFP and managing the RFP stage as well. So that also, as you know, member, is probably outside of energy security now, is probably second highest priority for the government of Jamaica in relation to what we have experienced in the pandemic.
Minister.
Yes, sir.
Your Postmaster General.
Yes, sir.
I have welcomed an announcement by the Postmaster General to really she focus with the assets that are there to participate in the high-end delivery or courier service. We heard the announcement. I've gone through the book, both the public bodies and the big book. I just like to ask them a few questions on the program. First of all, I'd like to know the increase, what is planned for this year, concretely. I've heard different numbers. I've heard different numbers of post offices that would be upgraded. I've heard numbers of internet connections to be made. I've heard numbers of different programs to be initiated, ship and mail and click and ship and a range of that. And yet, in the budget, you're looking at a deficit, an operating deficit of 21.96 million. Where are the resources coming from to implement those programs? Are they budgeted?
So, remember, one of the things that I have initiated with the board and the Postmaster General is the real estate that the Postal Corporation of Jamaica has in some of the most strategic geographic locations, which are either housing old dilapidated post offices, underutilization of the lands, and I would estimate, just off the top of my head, billions and billions of dollars worth of value of real estate. And with what is transpiring now with technology, you don't need a lot of space to be able to give those same services that you are speaking to. So I've asked them to look to see a full audit of the properties and what are the best use of those properties. Is it that you divest it and take the cash? Is it that you do a joint venture by putting in the land as equity and then retaining a part of the structure that goes there to operate the postal agency or the post office to be able to give those very services? And that is far advanced in terms of, well, Member Paulwell, because I use his example of Ligony to see what was there previously and what obtains there now. In terms of the structure of the agreement, that can always be tweaked to, if there was shortcomings in it. But the principle of divesting and using joint venture arrangements to get quick cash and proper facilities throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica is what
I share the vision, Minister.
Is what we are doing.
Yeah. I'm share the vision. I'm talking about this in this budget. What will be achieved in that vision that has been outlined, which I support, and I've said so openly. But I'd like to know what will be achieved in this budget year to advance that program. So,
member, just to give you, since you mentioned the growth of the flagship product, the zip mail in post office island-wide, those services have been expanded to over 70 postal points island-wide, and to be expanded for additional 30 in this financial year. The engagements by the JMEA and JAMPO to discuss how the Postal Service can assist micro, small, and medium businesses or enterprises to move goods from one location to the other, as well as to overseas jurisdictions. The safe and successful delivery of 75,000 laptops and tablets to educators and students island-wide under the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information through a partnership with e-learning and Jamaica Post in phase 1. And the department is in the process of completing the delivery of another 11,500 as we speak. The continued partnership with the NIDS project, 24 post offices will be utilized island-wide, and benefits are shared. Internet connectivity, fiber, sections of the various post offices will be renovated, delivery of the national identification card using the expansive post office network, and targeted efforts at negotiating with financial institutions for the installations of ATM stalls at various post offices island-wide. And last but not least, an expansion of bill payment services island-wide. Those are just some. So you can see the vision is coming together, and I must commend the new Postmaster General and his team, because they really are looking futuristic rather than just the usual stagnant state of the Post and Telegraph Department.
Funds are in this budget to accomplish those.
Yes. But as I said, I would expect, based on the discussion that I had from last year, that the procurement aspect of the divestment will take place during this financial year, and that also will be able to generate well-needed income and improve the state of the many dilapidated postal agencies and offices throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica.
It's a project I support, member, as you know.
Thank you. Thank you, member.
Wish the Postmaster General and his team well in implementing that project.
Members, yes. I now put the heads 56,000, 1 to 14, heads 56,000 C, 1 to 5, and heads 56,039, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor? Those against? I want to thank the minister, his team, the opposition spokesperson for handling this ministry so concisely, precisely, and very well.
I hope others follow.
I'm praying hard for that.
Madam Chairman, I think all of them want some additional internet hotspots. Me too. How much I get?
I'm going to ask them to sanitize, and members of the Ministry of Commerce. Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce.
I say you're not sitting here today again, so you need an afternoon.
Pierce, nice to see you, Pierce. Thank you for being so great, concise and precise. Can we, Dr. Don, can you get your minister and your minister is right beside you. Welcome, Minister.
He saw me outside.
Yeah. So I'm going to eat lunch. Some say I'm going to
Members, I want to take this opportunity as we start this new ministry to welcome Senator Obin Hill, as I think this is his first opportunity at the Standing Committee, and to be as Minister of Industry, Commerce and Investment. We welcome you and look forward to a very precise, concise and informative meeting. And we welcome your team, your state minister and the persons with you. So I'm going to ask you to start, give us a concise overview and to introduce the members of your team. Welcome, Minister Hill and Minister Dunn.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for welcoming me to this part of Parliament, my first one, and I'm pleased to be here, very, very pleased, in fact. And to my left is my Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Sansia Bennett Templar. The hyphenated ones get me, but I got it right. And of course, Minister of State, Minister Norman Dunn, who we all know behind me, is our CTD, Ms. Dawkins, and Ms. Jennifer Bremer, who is from the Finance Department in the Ministry. Mr. Chairman, the MIC oversees a portfolio of 22 entities, agencies, most people know them as, the Central Ministry, and one public investment project. On April 1, 2022, the Ministry will welcome the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority and the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority, JIFSA, among its list of portfolio entities. The Ministry's mandate is to create an enabling environment which helps business and industries to grow. It also promotes investment and trade and ensures consumer protection while fostering gender equality and social inclusion in all our policies, programs, and projects. The Ministry is also tasked with supporting critical growth-inducing sectors and remains the driver of industrial development in the manufacturing and service sector, as well as the enabler of the business environment to ensure that local industries embrace the opportunities to strengthen both the value and supply chain within the country. Ministry's strategic priorities, policies, projects, and key initiatives which are intended to grow the manufacturing, investment, services, commerce, and trade sectors are clearly outlined in its 2022, 2023 to 25-26 strategic business plan under the following 4 broad programs. The first is the executive direction and administration, which provides strategic management of the policy. In other words, the first one is to run the ministry well. The PS and the team that I have inherited just a couple of months ago, 2 months ago or so, are committed to that, and I'm going to make sure that I help to provide the leadership to make sure this ministry works well. The industrial development and regulation, which is geared towards the development of the MSME sector, the promotion of entrepreneurship, and the regulatory and compliance activities which are conducted by agencies of the MIC. We have to do this to make sure the MSME sector, which really is a job-producing sector of the economy, continues to grow and gets the financing, which is also always, in fact, quite short. Consumer and public protection, which monitors commerce and trade protection and empowering both consumer and corporate entities and ensuring the protection of the public against the misuse and improper disposal of nuclear technologies. And fourth, the Trade Promotion and Business Development Program, which seeks to foster an enabling environment for commerce and to continuously stimulate growth through trade advocacy and investment promotion. The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce will be bringing together technocrats with particular skills to foster, facilitate, and enable a much greater effort to grow our exports. Jamaica cannot become a wealthy country just selling to ourselves of about 3 million people with a relatively small per capita income, which we have here in Jamaica. If we look at, we have 3 million people in this country, Madam Chairman, and we have, if you look at Israel, which has about 9 million people, and Singapore, which has about 8 or 9, in other words, small economies, but they're a rich country. In fact, Singapore is often in the top 5 countries in terms of GDP per capita. They're a rich country. Therefore, they couldn't be selling to just 8 million people. We have to look at the fact that we have to create and produce services that will be sold. In fact, we have to develop that export expertise to make sure we not only develop products here, but export them overseas, because we have to expand our market. 3 million people with the per capita income that we have will never make us a rich country if we only sell to those 3 million people. So that's the fourth angle that we're looking at. In getting the addition of JACISA and GIFSA to the ministry is a strategic initiative which is intended to change significantly the economic landscape of Jamaica. JACISA has responsibility to facilitate the development and promotion of investment in special economic zones with a mandate to grow the Jamaican economy through investment and job creation. JACISA has several projects that are at various stages of planning, as well as ongoing studies that are being conducted to gain the relevant approvals. GIFSA, on the other hand, seeks to position Jamaica to become an established, strongly regulated and transparent international business and financial center, IFC, with a modern and transparent legislative framework which offers world-class business support and financial services to the global marketplace. Attaining international accreditation status, I want to highlight one of our smaller but important agencies.
I don't want to stop you. You're going to get a fabulous opportunity in your budget presentation so that I know your opposition spokesperson is raring to get
You mean
questions at you.
really, Chairman, sir? I'm going to just say then, Chairman.
Yes.
As Minister, I take very seriously the spending of the taxpayers' money. We need more cash to cover our plans, but we work with what we have. We will. We will utilize the cash and resources provided efficiently with a view to achieving the best possible result for Jamaicans. Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much.
I have been accused of that for a long time.
And I know that the opposition spokesperson is going to deal with his figures, as this is really a standing finance committee. So it's finance we're looking at. No. Go ahead then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, welcome. Welcome
Thank you very much, sir.
MIC and welcome to the Parliament. And I want to equally join that welcome to your new permanent secretary. It's not a ministry that she's unfamiliar with, and it explains why so many persons are left off the team today, because I think she can adequately handle a number of those portfolios. Anyway, let me begin by first of all where I think we must begin: the MSME.
Yes.
Department, and it has been a department because we believe in that critical role for it. Now, throughout the budget and located across several ministries, Economic Growth Ministry, Finance, there are some programs that would allow for significant investable funds and projects. Now, question is, Minister, the MSME sector, as we know, has some particular challenges. The allocation of the resources in under the different headings are there, but one of the issues they've complained about continually is the take-up in some of those funds and the challenges in accessing some of these funds. Are you satisfied, based upon your assessment of the funds available to the sector, that we will be able to utilize them efficiently and effectively to see some real movement in the sector during the course of this year?
One of the things that we're looking at, Minister, is, of course, we have the JBDC, who works very closely with the MSMEs, and you can see the budget there and where changes have been. But at a larger level, as you will know, because I know you know this area, is how do we finance MSME? MSMEs are high-risk businesses very often. They're new. Very often they don't always have the technical skills that are necessary. So between the Exim Bank and now Development Bank of Jamaica, there is substantial effort being made to help them. And I've discussed these with the leaders of those institutions and will continue to discuss, because very often it's not just money that they need, although the first thing that the entrepreneur in an MSME sector will tell you is that they need money. And it's true, they will need money. But often the most demanding thing and the most effective thing that they can get is some technical help to organize themselves. I see that DBJ will be doing quite a bit of this. I'll be talking to the people at DBJ. DBJ has the balance sheet to help them in terms of venture capital kind of funding, which MSME needs, not just loans. And we are looking at making sure that the bigger balance sheet of DBJ comes into vogue to help MSMEs in a way that it has not been used similarly in the past. So we need to get money to them, but we need to get technical assistance as well. And I'm going to make sure that we get as much of that as we can.
Minister, to be precise, what I'm saying is there are a number of programs that I think speaks to some of the broad areas, from the innovation to the risk funds, venture capital funds, and a number of areas. My question is really a narrow question as to their implementation and take-up, because this has been the bugbear, that you have a range of these, raft of these programs, but when you look at some of the take-up, they're not there. And we have to make sure these funds are not just allocated, but that they are in fact taken up. And I'm asking you, if you believe with the suite of programs that are available, and there's a suite of programs, $3.something billion, are we ready? And what if we are not? What do we need to get the MSME sector going?
Interesting question. JBDC, as you would know, member, is geared to helping them, as I said. I'm coming in, I'm looking at boards, I'm looking at how these are managed to make sure we get the best take-up, because very often it's a technical issue that stops them from allowing the government to disperse the money, because you know the rules. So we have to help them to get to the place where they can actually take up the money, because we too do not like to see the money being held and not being used to put into businesses that can, A, build the businesses and employ people.
Minister, there's an allocation for climate change adaptation.
And you want to refer to that so I can refer to it?
It's IDB 19,000 C27, I think.
What's the number that we're
1900 C27.
1900 C27. On what?
No. I'm saying there are a number of programs that are not under MIC that relates to MIC, including the Economic Growth Ministry from which you came, and finance. There are some projects there, some funding programs.
Yes.
So the climate change program and adaptation speaks to smart climate, smart business initiatives, and therefore touches on the sustainability of those businesses. I'm bringing to your attention that aspect of the businesses, particularly from small to medium-sized enterprises, will be important if we're going to not only ensure that these businesses that they stand up, but that they're sustained. So I'm bringing that to your attention on the sustainability, because I noticed that this has not been programmed as yet.
I take that advice, member, and certainly will be, because of what we do, we'll have to be talking to my colleague, Minister Charles, Minister Samuda, who is right now in Kenya, on one of those climate and sustainable issues. And we have a good working relationship. I'm going to ask, I see my colleagues around me taking notes as to where we will look at this and collaborate, because there are water issues that I'm collaborating on, although I'm now in this ministry. So yes, I will take those in, and I hear what I hear you saying is, let's not scatter the stuff around. Let's come together where bring the money together and make sure it makes sense, and where DBJ is the enabler, or JBDC, those people who have the funds, use them to enable MSME people, and I completely subscribe to that.
So, Minister, I want to touch on the Foundation for Competitiveness and Growth. That's a program, multi-year program, that has been in train for some time, and it's probably coming towards the end of it. Let me ask you, Minister, one of the projects that had been done under that program is the feasibility study for unclaimed funds.
Unclaimed funds where? In government or somewhere else?
In the banks.
In the banks.
And a full feasibility study has been done and has been carried out. Could you tell me where is that feasibility study and when was it completed?
Okay. I'm being advised, member, that it was completed in 2019. I am now, I think, the new chairman of the FCG. Okay, Jampro under my ministry manages it, and of course the funds come through PIOJ. So I'll be looking at, now that you raised that issue, I'll be looking for it and see how best we can get the benefits to the people who should have it. And the study apparently was completed in 2019.
Minister, I raise that because that source of funds is critical to the MSMEs. And if it has been concluded in 2019, then we need to know why has it not been brought forward, where exactly, then are we going to operationalize those funds?
When you speak of, when we go to PIOJ, though, when we go to PIOJ, though, member, that's Ministry of Finance. So again, like you mentioned in the earlier issue, I will find out about it, and PIOJ are the disbursing agency, and I will find out and make sure we get the best out of that for MSME. I don't have a problem if you raise it, and I will make sure I look at it.
Minister, I'm just clarifying. It's not PIOJ. The substantive issues is with MIIC. It started there. It remains there. So a feasibility study was done under the competitiveness program. I asked simply, where is it? I was told it was completed in 2019. I'm saying this issue should then be pursued because it's critical to the MSME, support for the MSME funds. Okay?
All right, I'm going to move away from the script. I'm a banker. That money held in the bank, no other ministry can touch it and deal with it except the Ministry of Finance. Whatever else we might say in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, that's just the way it is. But we are one government. So I'm quite willing to take the issue raised, member, and find out it is. I'm just new in the ministry, and I have no problem. I know how much money is in there, and I know what it is, and I know what you're looking for. Let's see what I can do. I promise you to do my best to deal with the Ministry of Finance, who really has responsibility for it. Deal with that, man. Done.
There's a business environment reform project, again, that impacts on the MSME sector. And it deals with skills upgrading.
Yes.
In that project, one of the physical targets is the national supply chain and market penetration strategy.
Yes.
You mentioned quite rightly in your opening remarks the critical role for the ministry in the supply chain and the export sector. Are you aware of this particular study, and what interest, if any, would the ministry have, MISC, in influencing the direction of that study?
The truth is, member, being 2 months in the ministry, dealing with very big price increases. I met with the distributive trade, business people, consumers. No, I haven't met that study yet, but certainly I expect to get to it because it affects MSME and the supply chain, which we have to make sure we manage well in this time of high inflation, imported inflation, and high costs to people. So I will certainly look at that, but I plead in this instance newness in the ministry.
Let me then ask, Minister, that for JAMPRO.
Yes, JAMPRO.
A suite of the sectors have been a focus for JAMPRO, has been set out in the budget and the areas of promotion, among which are the manufacturing sector and the logistics and infrastructure sector. There is a manufacturing strategy program that was settled 2 years ago.
Are you speaking of from a particular page? I'm looking at pages 31 and 32. Can you direct me as to if there's a number involved?
No, I'm saying the areas for promotion is manufacturing.
Right.
And there is a program for manufacturing, a strategy program to grow the manufacturing sector, which is critical to the task at hand. If you're not familiar with it, it's there, and I'm asking that program, the strategy program with the manufacturing sector, that become an area of focus for implementation. Right?
All right.
Implementation.
Let me try and answer that. When I met with the distributive trade, I frankly encouraged them, and it's not all the manufacturing, just the distribution trade, because the price issue was a big issue. So look, if we're going to grow this economy, which is in your interest and my interest, we're going to have to invest a lot more in this country. We can't, and I'm looking to you as private businessmen, successful private businessmen, and all of them in the room were very successful businessmen. I can say that as a banker. So I said, look, we have not invested enough as Jamaican business people, especially in the distributive trade, in Jamaica. And if we're going to do the Israel and Singapore thing, because they look at Israel and Singapore, and we talk about it all the time, but we don't look at the fact that they are some of the best exporters in the world. That's how you grow your economy, even if you're Germany. So we spoke about that. We're going to look at that. I am going to make sure I bring expertise in the ministry that has export expertise, because we have to grow it, work with JAMPRO and JAMPRO's budget to make sure that manufacturing part of it, because if we don't make things, we can't export. So that's part of my opening statement, and I'm committed to it.
Minister, share the view, want to encourage you in that direction, because as you correctly said, unless we do that, then the supply chain really works one way.
There's nothing to supply. Right. We only buy.
And it does the demand.
That's right.
Minister, let me just go then to Jamaica, the Special Economic Zone.
JASIZA.
JASIZA.
Right.
Where are we in the regulation? There's some legislation and regulatory changes that were proposed that have been underway, some amendment to the legislation.
To the legislation, to the JASIZA Act?
Yes.
They're being pursued, and there are some new ones coming up. What has happened, member, is under the work-at-home program or work-from-home program, whichever you call it, we have to look at legislation. We're discussing with the Minister of Finance because it affects customs and others involved. So we have a slew of amendments that must be made, which is timely. The regulations, the act was put in place some time ago. Regulations were put in. We now have to amend them. And from my stay at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, now moving over to here at the Ministry of Investment, Industry, Investment and Commerce, we're now ramping that up to make sure that JASIZA has everything that the players need. And we have now 75 players in the space, so we can get reaction from them. So we are working on that right now to make sure we get the amendments in place to make it more efficient and easy for people to come to Jamaica and invest in JACISA.
Minister, one of the issues for JACISA has been the whole issue, the matter of attracting not just the BPO sector, which it has done, and done, I think, a fairly good job. But what it has not done so far has been to attract the large industrial users. One of the issues has been the issue of energy.
Right.
Because unless you have competitively priced energy, you will not be able to attract the heavy industry. You and I participate elsewhere.
Yes.
On the review. I want to bring to your attention and to suggest that if JACISA, if the special economic zones are to function.
Remember, which page are we on now? Because I'm trying to hold
53C4. Madam.
53C4.
Yes. If JACISA is to function and to reach its broad mandate, then it has to, the energy issue within that has to be addressed.
Sorry, repeat the last part there for me, member.
If JACISA is to function and meet the broad mandate,
yes,
the role for energy in JACISA has to be addressed.
You know, member, the role of energy in everything in this country has to be integral in whatever we do. And yes, I am, as you know, I sit in that other place with you. You notice that I am a very active participant in that Joint Select Committee because I know how valuable and important energy is. And yes, we're looking, we don't want to see JACISA companies come off the grid because that's going to just make it more expensive for ordinary Jamaicans. But if we're going to keep them on the grid, then we have to do some of the things that we're doing in that other place. And yes, we have to look at energy as we go out and sell the ease of doing business in Jamaica, and it's a good location, all this other stuff that we sell. Energy comes back to hit us, and we will have to address that in the Joint Select Committee that we're looking at, especially for JACISA.
GIFSA. We have a raft of very complex legislation has been put in place over a period of time across government. I believe if we're not completed the raft of legislation, we're very, very close to doing so. Minister, what is your thinking and approach as to how we're going to enliven and to bring JACISA to play a role in the overall development strategy?
Well, we've done two things. Just this Monday in Cabinet, we approved certain amendments to the Companies Act that will help. We have more to do in the Trade Act, under that act. That's a big work. The one that we did on Monday really helped the cause for JIFSA, but it has to be, JIFSA now has to be aligned with the direction of that, of those amendments in the company law. We have two major pieces of legislation left in JIFSA, and they're practically complete to come to Cabinet and the Parliament for approval. And after that, JIFSA is ready to deal with limited liability companies, partnerships, and the rest within the new framework to make sure it becomes an investment destination for overseas investors. And believe me, given what's involved with banking and investment, I'm very focused on it, and we've made some changes in how JIFSA operates at the moment.
Please to hear that, Minister, and I want to encourage you to follow through on that, because a lot of work has been done, and it has
Yes,
potential.
a lot of work has been done.
It has potential. All right. Lastly, Minister, we spoke just before, the Ministry just before you addressed the matter of the potential for the revised postal corporation, particularly as it relates to the MSME sector. I'd want to urge that this ministry has a vested interest with the MSME to work very closely with the Postal Corporation to effect something that can benefit the export potential for the MSME.
I'd like to just say, in closing on that, in my briefing coming here, we spent quite a lot on looking at the postal service in Jamaica to change it completely because the world has changed. And young people need to realize that it can benefit them, but the government has to take the steps, and we're committed to working with MSET to make sure that works for MSME and, frankly, all kinds of businesses and individuals in Jamaica, just like we see it working in other countries. We don't need to recreate the wheel. We need to make sure we adjust the wheel to our size and make it work for us here in Jamaica, and I'm committed to it.
On your export trade, what are some of the changes you'd like to focus on between JAMPRO and a number of other agencies, including Exim Bank, JBDC, and other agencies in the export portfolio?
You know, because the chairman advised me that I'll get a chance in the budget debate to explain that. If you will allow me, I'll explain it in greater detail because I suspect we don't have the time here for that because it's quite involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister of State, your PS and your team. Thank you all very much. I'm going to...
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The pages now, Minister, I now put head 53,000, pages 1 to 20, head 530, 53,000 C, pages 1 to 4. Those in favor? And 53, 530, 38, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Minister.
The sanitization team come in, and we now invite the Minister of Local Government to have his team in preparation to come in. Listen, make sure all the shy is here, you know. Then home is the Ministry of Transport and Mine.
Oh, repeat.
This is what is this then?
It's a mistake. You're repeating.
So this one is only here. Just this?
Yes.
Page. What page is for this one? This one, but I don't see enough. Just this? No man, something not right with that one. Yes.
Behave yourself.
I'm take a seat.
Want to welcome the Minister of Local Government and his team with him. And I know he's very experienced and know that we need to be concise and precise, despite the promise of 100 questions, which we are going to hold them to be concise and precise. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues on both sides of the House. I want to introduce the team headed by the Permanent Secretary, my financial controller in the ministry, Mrs. Anisha Gordon-McFarlane. Supporting the ministry is Mr. Audley Gordon, Executive Director of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, Mr. Audley Thompson, Head of the Rural Water, Mr. Richard Thompson, Acting Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, Ms. Strika Lewis, Head of the Board of Supervision, and Dr. Dwayne Vernon, Executive Director of the Social Development Commission. The Ministry of Local Government, Madam Speaker, continue to pursue its goal in fulfilling its mandate to ensure that the efforts of its portfolio entity are aligned with that of the Government of Jamaica medium-term socio-economic policy framework, as well as supporting strategic priorities and national policies of the government. Rural development portfolio was added to the ministry responsibility in September of 2020. The Guide to the Context of Rural Development, the World Bank Rural Development Sector Policy Paper Report, define rural development as a strategy designed to improve the economic and social life of specific groups of people, the rural poor, Madam Speaker. It involves extending benefits of development to the poorest amongst those who seek a livelihood in rural areas. It is further emphasized that some rural development is intended to reduce poverty. It must be clearly defined to increase production and raise productivity. And it is with this in mind, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Jamaica had rural development to the portfolio responsibility of local government to affirm its commitment in uplifting the poor and improving lives across rural Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the work of the ministry is known, so because we want to stick to the timeline, Madam Speaker, I will cut short my opening comments and will now expose the Ministry of Local Government to my colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I think Minister planned this one from early this morning. Nonetheless, I want to say good afternoon to my colleagues and to the members of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Madam Speaker, this morning I did a little mind checking, and I could call myself a practitioner of local government after 20-something years. I said to myself, if we were to really and truly carry out the mandate of local government, about 80% or 75% of Jamaicans would be well comfortable in this country. When you look at the role of local government, it speaks to the everyday life of every citizen. This is a time that you can't speak about rich or any poor, because local government and its duties and functions, if you were to carry it out in an effective way, we would get rid of about 80% of the grumbling, the day-to-day problems that face this country. But I'm going to follow suit because I have probably about 100 questions too. but I'm going to just narrow it down to one, into public bodies. I see where you have the Houses of Parliament. In public bodies, I do not know if Minister will have any role to play in terms of the National Heroes Park. Because I'm very concerned that this thing might be done without the serious input of local government. And I want to know if, in regards to the new parliament, if there's anything for community development, the area of community development, if it will be done in parallel to what will be happening in terms of the Houses of Parliament.
Well, I don't know where on the local government that falls, but let me just respond quickly to the question. The Prime Minister did set up a committee that is chaired by me.
Right.
That one was responsible for getting the approval process done, and secondly, to work with the UDC around the same issues that you just raised about the community involvement of the communities around Heroes Park. So yes, embodied within the concept of the new Parliament building is that community involvement, because I want to make the point, without the community's involvement, the Parliament building would be at risk. So there is that component of it.
That's what I'm speaking about, okay. Minister. I'm going to turn now to the property taxes in respect to COVID-19. Are you able to realize?
Remember, what we're trying to do to hold it concise, to look at the line item that we're dealing with.
I was trying to do that, but if I go that route, Madam Chair, I am going to. If so desire, you
we're trying to hold the time because there's a schedule. So if you go directly like to your line item, then the minister can be more precise.
Started out doing that, and then I just decided to just to look at a few questions. So if the minister so desire, he would either allow or disallow. Through you, Madam Chair.
What is the question?
I want to know in terms of your revenue, your taxes, and COVID-19, and your projections, if it was able to be realized in the...
We still are a couple of days away from the end of the financial year. And based on where we are right now, we are 90% within exceeding the target that was set last year in terms of property tax revenues. That is where we are right now.
All right, so, Minister, in respect to then the Parochial Revenue Fund, the PRF, because a number of municipalities have been complaining that they are not getting their monies on time. There in law, there is a set time for you to be able to pay for these monies. And the fact that you do not have any issue with getting the collections, what is causing the municipalities to be getting 3 months later?
The PRF is different from property taxes. The PRF comes from the Parochial Revenue Fund, which is the proceeds from motor vehicle license and all associated fees with motor vehicles. The funding for that normally would be a month behind, but with the advent of COVID,
right,
and all the municipalities are aware, because I met with them, the ministry, I explained the circumstances why there is a delay. So it is not anything that is intentional. It is because of the flow of funding that comes into the ministry. And once it comes, the funds are dispersed.
So, Minister, are you aware that there are some persons, some municipalities that cannot pay their debt right now because they said they have no funding because it's not coming?
Member, let me say this without fear of contradiction. The revenues of the local authorities in some way would have been affected, especially around entertainment and advertising for entertainment. The local authorities have seen significant increase in revenues in building and construction in COVID. while there are some who don't have the strength of that amount of buildings taking place, but every municipality, barring none, would have seen increases, in some cases over 200% in building fees. So the question of not being able to pay, meet their obligation, must be an administrative problem, not a funding issue. Not a funding issue. And I have met with them on a regular basis, and this has never been brought to my attention. And there are situations where the ministry, understanding where some MCs don't have the strength of funding, where funding is provided on request from the Equalization Fund.
So, Minister, you're saying that the building fees, based on it has to be permission, or they can just go ahead and do what they want to do?
Building fees, the only fees that the local, and there's a difference between fees and taxes.
Right.
Okay. So property taxes, trade license are designated funding to the local authorities. But their own source revenues, which comes from market fees,
right,
burials, building fees, butcher's license, inspection, everything, hairdressers, barbers, you know, are all funding that they use at their own discretion.
Minister, I'll have to do some double checking.
Well,
but
you better
let
do
me,
more
let
than
me,
double checking.
No, I am going to, because what I do know is totally different from what I'm hearing here today. But
no, could you
nonetheless,
clarify? But no,
in the
you
sense
need to clarify that,
of
please.
The local authorities cannot spend money in certain areas without permission if
No,
it
that
was
is
not
not
designated.
true. That I
Okay.
am, and I am going to dismiss that as being mischief.
Okay, well,
the only funding that goes to the local authorities that has to be spent in accordance with the law are property taxes, which are designated, and the PRF, the Parochial Revenue Fund, that is to be used on roads. There is a SGR, which is an emergency funding.
Exactly.
And let me say this. Before I became the minister, the SGR was abused by the local authorities, was not spent in a structured way. And we put in place a system where, in order for the SGR, which is a source of emergency funding, that you have to seek the permission of the ministry by submitting a program which will be vetted by the technical officers. And once that is put in place, the authorization is there for the funds to be used. And we have been doing that now for the last 5 years. Member.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Okay.
We will go further with that one. Yes. In respect to solid waste now, we have Mr. Gordon here in terms of the trucks. Are the trucks here now?
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, the government committed to purchase 100 trucks in the previous financial year. COVID came along and the government had to take the decision to suspend the purchase of the trucks to facilitate COVID, which I want to remind this House that the Ministry of Local Government was a significant player under the disaster risk management in executing a lot of the programs under COVID. We have placed in the new financial year funding for 50 of those trucks, and the remaining 50 will come in the following financial year. So the process has commenced, and in discussions with the Executive Director, we are anticipating the end of this current calendar year into early 2023 to receive the first tranche of the 50 trucks, of the first, the 50 trucks.
Okay. No, you can't go ahead.
Minister, is really one question I have. Is on the same garbage collection, and I've heard the answer about the trucks, but some of the feedback I get is not just a shortage of trucks. I get feedback about cutting back on the time that the collectors are out there, meaning them not get overtime pay, so they can't be out there as much. I get feedback that some of the contractors who provide trucks, their payment is way behind, so they're not doing the pickups with the regularity. And I must tell you, is the one issue that every community in my constituency complains about. I will say, whenever I call the solid waste staff, they are responsive. So let me say that. But they are working with severe constraints, and we have places that is almost like every 2 weeks they get collection. And it shouldn't require the intervention of the political reps to have weekly collection done. As I said, they respond when you call, but I shouldn't have to call every week just to get normal garbage collection. And I don't believe it's just a truck issue. There are some other issues that are impacting the collection, and it is a major sore point for residents, not just in my constituency, but across the country.
Okay. All right. You have a...
Yes, I just wanted to just finish, and then you could just, in respect to monitoring too, the monitors. I do not know if it is wise for us to look at doing some publication of who are these monitors, who are supposed to be in the particular areas, in order that we can know what is happening, because it is just left. I believe it is just left on its own. And I must tell you, Minister, it has reached a stage now that people are going to get charged because they are started burning even their garbages. They don't know how to dispose of it. So it is something that is extremely serious, and it is something that we really need to make sure that we address now. In respect to sweepers, there are the main streets that are swept, but the side streets that you can literally call now main streets, because the way in which the whole township has changed, most of the main street now, the side streets have now become main streets, and these streets have no sweepers on them, and they are in deplorable condition. So I would want you to just speak.
Let me respond to that. It has been the existing practice that the main streets were the areas that were concentrated on for sweeping. We are cognizant of the point that you have raised, and there are cases where the agency would shift around and make some priorities on some of the other streets that are affected, and it is something that is being reviewed. The first question you raised about the monitors, I've been advised that it has been done before by shifting around, and the monitors again will be looked at in a more meaningful way, because they play a significant role ensuring to maintain that the work is done. The member from Southeast have raised a question that has been posed to me by many persons about the uncertainty of the garbage collection. There is a shortage of trucks, which we cannot deny. You have private trucks who would rather work independently of the agency because they can work today and get paid tomorrow. That is not the case with solid waste, because there is a payment schedule that they have to follow. And if the truth be told, there are times when the funding is late, so we have to find extra funding for them. That is being looked at now, and based on the relationship that we have developed with the Ministry of Finance, we are putting in place funding in a way that there will not be a great backlog in terms of the payments that is to be made for contractors who work. So there is no denying that there is some level of uneasiness about some private contractors who work, but there is significant improvement in that, and especially over the Christmas, where we ramp up and there is now an established pool of private contractors that we are developing a relationship with that understands the seriousness of what we face. And we can give the assurance that over the next couple of months, there will be some significant improvement in the collection. Just to say, member, that they are still sticking to the twice-a-week collection. It has not changed. It has not changed. Right? It has not changed.
Twice a week in every community? No, Minister.
No, not in every community. Not in every community.
Okay, because
not in every community.
If we could get consistently once a week, everybody would be happy.
Well, I know of some communities where it is consistent, and in some areas it is not. But remember, I want to divert a little from the questions that you are posing, and to speak about the greater responsibility of our civic pride as Jamaicans. We have some communities where the residents have been responding to containerize their garbage, put out their garbage in a timely way. But, what we are seeing right across the country is a total disregard for, one, their public health and their personal pride as Jamaicans. And we can spend all the money that we can find. We can give every community a garbage truck. If the minds of the persons don't change, then the system will remain the same. We are going to be working on a program which I hope to announce during the sectorial, of an approach that we are going to take to involve communities and to sensitize and to get people outside of the legislations that is being finalized to come. But I would be the last person who would want to see us use the law as a deterrent to cleanliness, because the Bible says it's a part of godliness.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to just wrap up, and other questions, I think I could use it in my presentations. In respect to the retirement benefits, the staff retirement benefits, I don't know if I was looking properly or see anything in terms of the budget.
Which staff retirement benefits?
For the municipal staff.
Yes, it is. It is.
It is?
It is on page 7. There is an amount of over some $800 million to take care of that member.
Okay. All right.
It is there.
So I'll look at that, and then I will pose the other, probably put it in context in my presentation. Madam Speaker, just quickly though, Minister, fire, in terms of the fire hydrant, because I don't see anything there either. I do not know.
No, man, there is provision in the new budget and in the old, in the one that is coming to an end.
The one before.
There is money in there for the maintenance of fire hydrants right across the country. So we do have money in there for the maintenance of fire hydrants.
And you would be...
It is on page 14 of the expenditure. We have over some $14 million that is earmarked, but that does not say that this is the all amount that will be used in case for maintenance. But it is there in the budget.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Minister, on the matter of the rural electrification, which now The last time we discussed it was with JSIF. I'm told that that was closed and was transferred to the ministry and or JSIF. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But it has a role to play in some of those communities that really needs now to be regularized. But for the elderly, particularly for the most vulnerable, the elderly in those communities, we had asked for, and I think members of parliament, not just myself, but a number of members of parliament, particularly in urban areas, had asked for some assistance through JSIF to help with the wiring of the house, which can be prohibitive. Could you say where that is, if we can make any progress on that?
Yes, I can respond to that. Let me say that the rural electrification is in the Ministry of Local Government. It is being executed under a memorandum of understanding between JSIF, which we are very pleased with the progress and the level of professionalism that JSIF has brought to the program. They are presently working on the existing list of communities that was earmarked. I know you are particularly interested in your area, which will be coming around shortly. So don't be dismayed. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Mackenzie and your team. Thank you, opposition spokesperson.
And thanks to, yes.
Oh, I beg your pardons. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I'd just like to ask the Minister, since, it's prime for Portmore to be the 15th parish, is there a plan from your ministry, Minister, to have a state-of-the-art market for citizens of Portmore?
Well, that member has been on the card before the 15th parish actually came in the limelight. I will be inviting you in short order to join myself and the team from the municipality to look at 2 locations in Portmore that has been suggested to be used for the erection of a market. So the answer to that is yes, a market is coming for Portmore, and I hope that when I speak in the sectoral debate, I will be able to give more details on it, member.
Thank you very much. Members, I put the head 72,000, pages 1 to 18. Head 72,000 C, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Thank Sanitization team and the Minister for Labor and Social Security, Mr. Samood, and your team, are they ready to start?
What are you saying, girl?
Granted. Well, I'm going to take this off. What happened, Jason?
Nothing much, sir. How are you?
You all right?
Yes, sir. You?
I'm fine. Denise. Luton, man. One man from Southwest, Clarendon.
Afternoon, Minister, and your team. Can you introduce your team and let us move ahead with a concise and precise overview?
Precise,
Not your
yes,
budget,
I'll try.
not time for the budget presentation.
Right. I will try to be as precise as the occasion demands. And I will also try to, in my opening comments, answer some of the questions that may have occurred to the members present. But first, let me introduce the members of my team. Our Permanent Secretary, to my left, Mrs. Roberts Risden, who is no stranger to these chambers. Mr. Jason Anderson, to my right, our Principal Financial Officer, who is in charge of ensuring that our budget is kept on track. Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, Chief Technical Director, with specific responsibility for our social services. Ms. Dion Jennings, Chief Technical Director, and she is specifically in charge of a vitally important area, whilst of course being a great help to the Permanent Secretary on other matters, but in the question of disabilities and the preparations for that, among other things. Ms. Gillian Corodas, our Director of Industrial Relations and Allied Services, a very crucial area that deals with a vast array of things that include industrial disputes tribunal relationship. And Ms. Elsa Marks Willis, Path Project Director, a very crucial member of the team. Dania Mirage, Corporate Planner, and Ms. Suzette Morris, Director of Social Security, who is not in any way disconnected from the membership of this august body in another place. And of course, I specifically invited, is she here yet? Is Shamika Dixon here? I had invited my very special consulting specialist who deals directly with members of parliament, so I thought it would be a good idea to bring her here so that you can see the physical body that you deal with through your emails, the emails that you receive in respect of matters concerning your constituencies. Madam Chair and colleague parliamentarians, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is arguably one of the most crucial ministries working assiduously to provide social welfare services and to maintain industrial harmony. The ministry has responsibility for the good management and well-being of the issues relating to workers, employers, NIS, pensioners, persons with disabilities, senior citizens, persons on path, and public assistance beneficiaries. In addition, we have the responsibility for all aspects of our overseas employment services, which primarily involves the recruitment and management of our farm and hospitality workers who make up our short-term engagement in Canada and the United States. Over the past year, we have been able to achieve multiple milestones in the ministry, including the passage of the Disabilities Regulation in Parliament and the long-awaited Disabilities Act, which came into effect on February 14th of this year. We rolled out the security pension, the social pension for persons 75 years of age and over who are not in receipt of a pension and do not live in a government institution or care facility. To date, approximately 7,000 persons have been registered and another 13,000 are being targeted to receive benefits under the program. The national minimum wage and the minimum wage for industrial security guards were approved by Cabinet and comes into effect on April 1, 2022. The revised national policy for senior citizens was approved and tabled in this House, and I might pause, Madam Chair, to indicate that it's one of the finest publications I've seen hit the table of this House for the longest time. Very comprehensive and very important. In addition, we have taken steps to formalize the structure which gives full recognition and respect to the domestic workers as a legitimate association within our workforce. That is an area that I am particularly interested in seeing achieve its full potential. We have also designated critical systems, or rather, we have also digitized critical systems and made our processes in relation to the payment of social benefits far more efficient and effective. Turning for a moment to the estimates. Generally, within the context of our present economic situation, we find the provisions contained in the budget estimates before us quite acceptable as far as the Ministry of Labour and Social Security is concerned. Using the original estimates of financial year 21-22, our budget for financial year 22-23 has increased from $13.7 billion to $14.1 billion. This increase is in gross terms and represents an increase of $568 million or 3.9% over financial year 21-22. However, when comparing financial year 22-23 with the supplementary estimates of financial year 21-22, there is a reduction of $4.4 billion or 23.78% over financial year 21-22. This is due to extraordinary expenditures which were necessitated by government's response to the pressures brought on by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. These include a one-off payment of $1.3 billion through the SERV to 354,431 past beneficiaries. A one-off SERV payment of $570 million to 41,379 NIS pensioners, and a one-off payment under the UN World Food Programme grant of $334 million to 9,241 persons. Also, payment of $1.5 billion for the school feeding program for 169,489 students on behalf of the Ministry of Education. I see the Minister of Education here. Minister, it's good working with you. A one-off salary allowance to staff members earning under $1.5 million per annum, which came to $39 million. And a one-off COVID disabilities grant to persons with disabilities of $40 million. So you can see, Madam Chair, the scope and content of our involvement when it comes to serving the needs of persons in need in the country and the less fortunate among us. The major highlights from the estimates could be comprised and contracted as follows. Compensation of employees. There's an increase of 661 million or 36% in compensation of employees, moving the allocation from 1.8 billion in the 21-22 supplementary estimates to 2.5 billion for the 22-23 fiscal year. This is due to the reallocation of the traveling upkeep allowances component to this item of expenditure. And the Minister of Finance has been fulsome in his explanation for the overall strategy of the Ministry of Finance, contracting allowances and putting them in as salaries. Travel expenses and subsistence. There is a $547 million decrease in travel expenses and subsistence, or 72%, moving the allocation from 556 million in the 21-22 supplementary estimates to 209 million for financial year 22-23. This is due to the reallocation of the traveling upkeep allowances to compensation. It's a simple shift in resources. Awards of social assistance. Awards and social assistance represent financial assistance on the path, compassionate grants, short-term poverty intervention, and disaster emergency payments, the social intervention program, and the assistance aids economic empowerment to the disabled. There is a decrease of $4 billion, or 31.2%, moving the allocation from 13.3 billion in 21-22 supplementary estimates to 9.2 billion for the 22-23 fiscal year. For financial year 21-22, the ministry was allocated additional sums to pay the school feeding program grants to parents of children on path on behalf of the Ministry of Education as a result of them not being able to attend school due to COVID-19. And that came to $1.5 billion payment on behalf of the Ministry of Education. Additionally, the ministry was allocated additional sums during 21-22 towards the one-off special serve payments to persons on the path and the NIS and other vulnerable persons, which came to $2.7 billion. The year ahead, Madam Chair, will be focused on getting our legislative agenda up and running in even a more effective way than we have in the past year. And we will be dealing with our top priorities. They are the revision of systems by which continuous review and assessments can be made of the critical programs dealing with the overseas employment, farm and hospitality workers, issuing of work permits as well. We intend this year to enact the Occupational Safety and Health Bill. That's a long outstanding matter that I have already taken up with the Minister of Legal Affairs and Constitutional Matters. The amendment to the Employment Agencies Regulation Act to give effect to the International Labour Conference Maritime Labour Convention of 2006. And finally, amend the Minimum Wage Act, National Minimum Wage Order and Employment Agencies Regulation Act to support compliance with the International Labour Convention concerning decent work for domestic workers, Convention 189. So, Madam Chair, I stand ready to answer any questions for clarification or for elaboration, and my team will be here to assist me wherever you ask questions that I really am not fully au fait with answers. There being no questions, Madam Chair.
I thought you were so thorough, and so say all of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Samuda. I now put the heads, 40,000, pages 1 to 20, and 40,000 C, pages 1 to 2. Those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Minister. Experience has served you very well.
Thank you very much.
And now,
There you have it.
no, are you first? No? Is
Oh, by the way, MPs, this is the lady
Come.
who handles. This is the lady, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, crave your indulgence. This is the lady who answers all the questions concerning the farm work program and all programs related.
You don't want to leave in a minister.
That's Shamika.
You don't want her to leave in a, because if you did, you would introduce her.
And as you see, my taste is consistent.
Mexico, Brazil, and his honeymoon.
No.
This is it. Go from here. You sit there.
Yes, come here, put in minutes.
I don't want to start.
You want to switch around and call somebody else.
Is this everything?
Yeah. He said he's at Lady Musgrave in traffic, so start and then we'll just slip in.
All right.
Yeah, you saw where I put it?
Is this everything?
You have my notes?
That's not everything. No, something else.
You don't have my notes?
Oh, no.
They didn't print what I said?
No.
You may have to bring it up on my phone.
I started to print. Yeah. I think Pearsley have they gave me this. But
so all the thing about Jamaica 60 and so on and so forth?
No, but it wasn't printed and given to me.
Oh Lord. You can get it on your phone though. Just open it on your phone. Just open it on your phone.
This is the old copy.
Because it's important about this one.
I'm on to this one. I have to work with the old copy. Because I don't see what is happening.
You see this?
Okay.
You see this?
I'll just work with this.
Okay.
I seem to have lost some pages.
The mic is on. The mic on. The mic is on. Turn it on. Turn it on.
I can't.
House leader. I know the member is in the chair, but I wonder if we could just break to take the minutes at this time. Yes, right. Members of the standing committee, the minutes of the committee which was held on Tuesday, March 1st this year before us, and we now seek the approval of the members. Those in favor?
Madam Chair, I beg to move for an amendment to the minutes to include the Honorable Horace Anthony Chang, CDMP, Minister of National Security. I think his name was inadvertently omitted from the list. May it please you, Madam Chair.
Before you are the minutes of the meeting of the committee that was held on Tuesday, 1st of March 2022, with the amendment to include the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang's name. They are before us now, and I seek the approval of the members of the House. Those in favor? Those against? Thank you very much. The minutes have been approved. Minister, we're delighted to welcome you to the Standing Finance Committee and your team. Thank you very much for being here for us so promptly at 2:02. You may go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must apologize for the delay of my permanent secretary, but he will be here momentarily. But I will proceed. I would like to first, Madam Chair, introduce the officers who are here with me. To my right is Mrs. Tracy Lindsay, Head of Corporate Services. And behind me, I have Mr. Lentford Salmon, who is Head of the Commemorative and Special Events Secretariat that will lead the program in the Jamaica 60 commemorative or Diamond Jubilee activities. I also would like to introduce Ms. Lashley from the National Library. She's the Chief Librarian, responsible for all the important collection of Jamaica's history here in Jamaica. Behind her is Dr. Maria Smith, who is the Program Manager at the Jamaica National Commission on UNESCO. Mrs. Suzette Eisen, Principal Director for Sports, Sports Policy and Innovation. And also Mr. Crawford, Vivian Crawford, who is the Executive Director for the Institute of Jamaica, under which several entities fall: National Gallery, the Natural History Museum, a number of entities, which we will explain later on in my presentation, and Mr. Walters, who is the acting ED at the Jamaica National Heritage Trust. We will be joined by a couple of other officers in a few minutes. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I will make brief reference to the highlights of the budget and move quickly to answering members' questions, if there are any, after my presentation. The gross recurrent allocation for the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport for the fiscal year 2022-2023 stands at $4,680,000. And in the budget for the current year is $3,882,000, an increase of 13.5%. We have just completed a very successful virtual celebration of Reggae Month and look forward to our Diamond Jubilee celebrations throughout the year. I will start with sports. We continue to allocate funds to provide support for athletes. $40 million has been allocated as sports grants to provide stipends under the Athletes Assistance Program to athletes preparing for the 2022 World Athletics Championships in Oregon in the United States from July 15 to 24, and the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, England from July 28 to August 8, 2022. We had provided similar support to our athletes for the Olympics and the World Games last year. Through the Institute of Sports, we have conducted a talent search for young cricketers across the island in July and August last year, and a total of 35 boys aged 9 to 14 years old were selected and have been training together in what we refer to as an incubator since November 2021, and this will continue until December 22. The Jamaica Cricket Association will be looking at candidates from this group for selection for national and international competitions. Now, we have done this because the cricket incubator and talent search we consider vital in the face of what some see as a decline in men's cricket in Jamaica and the West Indies. That is not the view about women's cricket, of course, which enjoys much admiration. So the nursery is most important as we seek to restore interest in the men's game for the sake of cricket in the region. So, working with the JCA, the Sports Development Foundation will invest an additional $12.3 million in cricket development in approximately 120 schools across Jamaica. We also propose to have a Jamaica 60 Diamond Jubilee Awards function to recognize our sports personalities who have contributed to the development of sports over the last 60 years. So for this financial year, $29 million has been allocated under the budget of InSport to undertake the following key programs: basic and primary school competitions, all-island community football and netball, special inner-city project, summer camps, and seminars. And through the Sports Development Foundation, $183 million have been budgeted for infrastructure projects, construction and rehabilitation of fields and multipurpose courts account for the majority of these projects. $20 million has been allocated to facilitate athletic meets, and with the resumption of sporting events, the SDF has allocated $32,850,000 to support national sports associations and federations for hosting and participating in regional and international games outside of their regular subventions. Of course, because of COVID-19, the Independence Park Limited income was reduced by $100 million. In the midst of the massive reduction in earnings, IPL still made its facilities available to athletes for training. So IPL subsidized the cost of using the facilities to as much as 50%, and as a result, several competitions have been held. Despite the revenue loss, the government of Jamaica has still given support to various sporting organizations. Now, I know the Catherine Hall track has been very topical, and a submission was made to the Public Investment Appraisal Branch by IPL, and a subsequent presentation made by SDF to the Public Investment Committee chaired by Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. And the committee has asked that the estimates of work to rehabilitate the full facility, including changing rooms and seats, be completed and submitted immediately. In the meanwhile, the estimates to replace the running track is approximately $300 million. We move now to gender, and I must say that the gender portfolio was supported by an increase. I refer to it as a whopping increase of 84.4% in this year's, the 2022-2023 budget allocation. 68.4% of the Bureau of Gender Affairs and 16% for the Women's Center of Jamaica Foundation. Increase of 46% for the community outreach through partnership program, where we provide subvention to over 13 community-based organizations to assist us in our gender program right across the island. We have also allocated $22.8 million in grants approved to support these organizations. Gender and disability. Given the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on persons with disabilities, support was increased to the disabled community. 9 new posts have been created and approved by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service for the National Shelter Program, including a National Shelter Director, a Patient Care Assistant, and Early Childhood Teacher. The second regional shelter for victims of gender-based violence has been operationalized to provide a confidential and safe space for female victims, survivors of gender-based violence in the eastern region of Jamaica. And the third regional shelter is being renovated and retrofitted to serve clients in the western region and is projected to be ready by the end of the financial year. So we would have fulfilled our commitment to have 3 national shelters across the island to serve, to create safe spaces for women who are experience gender abuse or who need to leave abusive relationships and find a safe space until they're able to get back on their feet. Now, allocation has been provided for the establishment and operationalization of the Sexual Harassment Unit and Tribunal, and also for funding sensitization sessions on understanding sexual harassment in the workplace. And the sessions are targeting 3,000 persons. I will quickly go to entertainment, and I'm pleased to inform the committee that Port Royal is now an entertainment zone, and the National Stadium Complex an entertainment complex. Permission has recently been granted by the Minister with responsibility for lands for my ministry to take possession of Jam World Entertainment Complex in St. Catherine, and we will be seeking to do the necessary infrastructure work to formally establish Jam World as an entertainment zone. Other venues under consideration in Kingston include the National Arena, Sabina Park, Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center, and the Little Theatre. There is also a focus to include entertainment districts that already have a reputation of having activities in multiple venues in a compact geographical areas. In Montego Bay, this includes the Hip Strip. In St. Anne, the areas from Fantasy Beach in Prairie to Grizzlies, and in Negril, the Negril Hip Strip. The ministry has been providing COVID-19 grants for practitioners in the entertainment sector in the amount of $60,000 each. Our initial target was for 1,000 grants for such grants to be issued, but approximately 1,400 applications were received. To date, 900 grants totaling $54 million have been paid out to individuals that have been verified as being on the ministry's entertainment registry and confirmed as being part of one or more of the recognized industry associations. So what we are doing, we are ensuring that a sector, an industry that is usually referred to as an informal industry, we're putting structure into it. You get assistance if you are a member of a sector organization and you are registered on the e-registry in the ministry. We are also, I'm really pleased to announce that we are working on implementing a life insurance plan for entertainment practitioners. In the new financial year, we will also, among other things, conclude the entertainment, culture, and creative industry policy and the proposed legislation. We will also complete the reparation policy and amendments to the Jamaica National Heritage Act. We're also going to be ratifying the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, and the accompanying 1995 International Institute for the Unification of Private Law Convention on Stolen or Illegally Exported Cultural Objects. So we will be protecting our artifacts and our cultural objects from being stolen or taken out of the country. So just to touch a little bit more on culture, the Economic Opportunities Workshop is a local networking and business development workshop series which is aimed at building business and technical competencies, facilitating access to the necessary tools and resources and information to assist the development of creative businesses. Such interventions were done in a compound where we trained persons, and after we had completed the training, we actually gave them tools of trade to start their own business. So we are now embarking, and we have actually started the program with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church community, commencing with baking technology, new techniques, upscaling current products, and price point positioning. And 20 members of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and surrounding community graduated from the program, receiving baking tools, equipment, and accessories to be utilized in the business. You all know, I think most of you would know, that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is well known for its prowess in baking and had, used to bake some of the best bread in town. And so we are assisting them to get the bakery back up and running. So the next phase of the Economic Opportunity Workshop in 2022 will focus on training women in what we call skirt making and embroidery techniques. I don't know how many of you recall skirts that had beautiful embroidery on them, and what we want to do is to create these designs and have them available to visitors, to tourists, and to locals. We are also, I mentioned earlier about our reparations policy, and finally, to speak to the fact that we have a full program for the Jamaica 60 celebrations, and it will be a blend of legacy projects and celebratory events. So I thank you for listening to all of this, and I'm now open for questions. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Minister. In respect to the 13.5 as an increase on your growth, what percentage of that will go towards the 60th anniversary?
Could you repeat that? What percentage of?
From your 13.5, because I realize that you have increased your budget by 13.5%. What percentage of that will be included into the 60th anniversary, the Jubilee anniversary, the celebration this year?
All right, I can give you some figures in terms of 115 million for staff. 15 million for staff and 100 million for projects. Yes.
So,
all right, so 15 million for staff and 100 million
and
for
100
projects.
million for project. In respect to, I remembered at one point I met with the, I'm just going through based on how you had presented, in respect to the entertainment practitioners. And I met with them at one point and realized that most of them didn't even know what to do and how they should start to get themselves properly registered and how they would be able to acquire some of the benefits that you alluded to. What mechanism, is there any kind of assistance out of your budget that can set up a unit in order for them to be able to come, get information, know what to do in order that they will be part of the formal structure? Have you anything in your budget for that?
Yes, we in the entertainment division, we have officers who are available for consultations. And in terms of grants, we have an allocation to give organizations capacity strengthening. So the members, in other words, we are saying to people in the sector, become a member of the relevant organization. And then we are giving the organizations funding so they can conduct workshops and various programs to let them understand what it is to treat culture and entertainment as a business. It's not just playing. And they also will get assistance through the JCDC in honing their skills and their craft. There are a lot of training programs that exist and workshops through the JCDC.
Just quickly, Minister, I'm not going to prolong this, but who is going to assist them to know what to do, where to go? Because when I spoke with them the last time, apparently they did not even have a clue because they said they have organizations and they were not told that they should be registered. Some people did not interested in getting registered because they believed there was no benefit.
Well, we have come a long way since the time you spoke to them.
All right.
Because
well, I would love
can
to hear
tell
that.
you,
yes,
they have all applied for the grants.
Okay. So that means they are...
And they are in the e-registry.
Okay, thank you.
And they are members of the sector organizations.
Yeah. But
so, you know, we actually set up a digital platform.
Okay.
And the few who weren't able to manage that process, we walked them through it and assisted them. So I think since the time you spoke to the members of the sector, and now we have come a long way, and I think we're really moving in the right direction of them understanding what it is to be in the entertainment sector and what it is to formalize, to be part of a registry where you can benefit from being a member of the e-registry. You can get assistance with tools of trade, you can get endorsement, you can become an ambassador, travel overseas, and you get tour support.
Just quickly, in respect to the shelters for persons who are abused, gender-based, what period of time? Because I'm not too certain if I saw any document that would speak directly to what period of time you would be able to keep a family in a shelter before, and what kind of assistance given if after a period they can't get out. I do not know if there's anything on the budget to be able to do that kind of extension.
If you notice, you know, the Bureau of Gender Affairs, certainly gender affairs have received an 84% increase. So what we have in the shelters, we do not have a time limit. However, it depends on the case. And what we do, we help that person to, sometimes you have a whole family, the mother and 3 children. We have had 2 babies born in the national shelter since the shelter was opened. And what we do, we assist them to get their lives back on track. So counseling, training, we get to make sure that the children's education continue, and we take them to a point where we feel that they can now go on their own. And we will assist in identifying a space where it can be rented for them to live, not for them to go back into the abusive situation, but to have a new start. And so depending on the case, we will keep them in the shelter for a particular time, then transition them to rented premises, allow them to get a skill, and then help them to find employment and to put their lives back on track.
Quickly, Madam Minister, I am open and I'm praying that we will not have such a situation, but should in case you have more than what can be accommodated in the shelter, there's any other provision made for these persons? In terms of you have an accommodation into a space for 30 persons, you end up having 50. What do you do?
Well, remember, you know, that we now have the second shelter operationalized. And I would say the capacity at this time now, in the national shelter, it's actually a guest house. And so we have suites. And we can accommodate up to 10 families, which include children. The second shelter that has now been operated, that's a lot. Ten families, and it includes children, you know. So we have had women coming in with 3, 4, 5, 6 children, and they are accommodated in a suite. The second shelter that has now been operationalized can take 8 families. And the one in the western region to be operationalized before the end of the year is actually the largest facility. So it can take that many more. And in addition, we have partnerships because Women Inc., for example, their shelter, we subsidize Women Inc. So the service that they provide, we are actually funding their operation. And the Baptist Union has reached out to us, and we're going to also be going into partnership with them to give subvention for their facilities and to be able to increase the space that's available, safe spaces for women.
Clarify some of my concerns that I have.
I must tell you that a perfect example is a case we had of a woman being in an abusive situation. I get the calls too because my phone number is on my Facebook page. And I got the call, hushed tones, and we made arrangements and got support from the police to move her from her location to a safe space. And eventually we moved her into a rented facility. And she learned crafts. Now she makes beautiful jewelry. She's on her own, and she's doing very well.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister Madahufo.
Madam Minister, among the many areas of interest in your portfolio is this Catherine Hall Sports Complex. And I am asking about your timeline for the renovation of the track. I know you and I share an interest in the matter, and you appreciate the urgency with which I view this matter since it is located in my constituency.
All right, so where we are, member, with that particular project, the PIMSEC, which is the Public Investment Management Committee, at its meeting held on February 18th, granted its approval for project planning and development activities to be advanced with a view to preparing and submitting a project proposal. Now, when that complex was developed and by the UDC, it should have been handed over to the Ministry of Sports. A special representation was made for it to be handed over to the municipality. I know the municipality meant well, but unfortunately they were not able to maintain the facility. And so it has reached a stage now where it's not usable. It just can't be used. So one of the important things that PIMSEC has insisted on is that everything must be developed in where you have a project document, you have a business plan, you indicate how you're going to maintain it, and so on. And so the next steps in the development of this project would include a final design drawing, the requisite project plans including schedules, cost estimates, and project requirements, the requisite approvals and/or permits, any additional studies along with the relevant business models to demonstrate the investment anticipated impact on the operations of the facility, including financial benefits such as cost savings, revenue generation, and socio-economic impact or benefits to the community. It is important that this is done. Once this is done, then you will not have the problem repeating itself. Now, this sounds like it's going to take a long time, but it's not going to take a long time because the Independence Park Limited and Sports Development Foundation, that is their responsibility. That's their core business. And so as we speak, all of this is being done. And I anticipate that we will, during this fiscal year, once all that is required is done, and we make representation, the Minister of Finance is very receptive to providing the funding because he recognized the urgency and the need. There, as I mentioned earlier, an estimated cost of $300 million.
Member Hilton.
Thank you. Madam Minister, I have two questions. The creative industry is not sustainable unless we deal with the issue of intellectual property. Intellectual property. The Madrid Protocol is now signed. What plans are you making with the entertainment and creative industries to take advantage of that and to integrate that being an integral part of their business planning?
Well, I'm happy that the Madrid Protocol is now in place. But as you know, that's under investment and commerce. However, we work closely. In fact, we have what is called the National Council on Entertainment and Creative Industries, Culture and Creative Industry. So we can bring all the ministries together and the entities together that treat with entertainment, culture, and creative sector. So that council will now meet to examine what are all the areas that we need to address in order to have a joined up approach and to maximize the benefits. So we have a copyright legislation that's in place that needs some amendments. We're going to look at those, working along with JIPO. The Madrid Protocol, we're educating the sector what it is now to trademark. And you don't have to now go territory by territory to trademark, but you can do it at Jamaica Intellectual Property Office and it's covered worldwide. So all that education program is taking place and will be intensified.
Pleased to hear that, Madam Minister, because it's the only way you're going to get the sustainability of the sector. Let me ask you, what the 80-something million, that is approximately 80-something million allocated this year for the Trelawney Sports Complex. What is that for and where are we going with the complex?
All right. Now, the Trelawney Sports Complex will be at the center of entertainment and sports tourism. So a major plan has been developed. It went to PIMSEC, and the recommendation is for the DBJ to now package the Trelawney facility for public-private partnership. But in the meantime, it's maintained, it's used. People are under the impression it's not used, but it is used, very much so. We are going to, I think there's $5 million to improve the sewage system there. And okay, there's $5 million for upgrading of the sewage system at the Trelawney Multipurpose Center. But as we speak, the DBJ and IPL are now in discussions in packaging the facility for public-private partnership. And we have interest. Interest is being shown by the private sector. And, you know, the facility is used for training camps. Cricket is quite popular there, and we're looking at major cricket events to be held there in the meantime. And it's the home of the Trelawney Cricket Association.
Minister, your colleagues are very interested in talking to you. Member Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, it's great news to hear about Jamworld. Let me congratulate you and your team. You know, my question is similar to Member Fort in terms of, you know, timeline in terms of getting this done, and also if Port Henderson Road could be included in the entertainment zone, which would be very rewarding.
You say the road?
Port Henderson Road. Port Henderson Road.
Port Henderson Road, wrong ministry. You mean that back road?
Industry. creative industry?
Well, I don't know if I can declare it an entertainment zone, but that's a matter that would involve other ministries for discussion. Yeah, maybe the Ministry of Tourism can manage that one.
Member Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Timetable. Well, now that we have the document in our hand, where we are in possession of the property, we will immediately start cleaning, clearing the property, fencing, putting in some lighting, and making it available for use. Because as it is now, once it's bushed and cleaned and fenced, we can start using it and then put in infrastructure over time for, for it to become truly a state-of-the-art entertainment and sports complex. We have the design and everything ready. Good. Thank you.
Member Crawford, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, first of all, commendations on your excellent handling of all your portfolio responsibilities. While I was in India recently on national duties, one of the questions I was asked is that how does a country so small manage to enjoy such global influence? And I was consistently asked about our sporting program and how is it that our athletes perform so well. So my question to you will be in the area of sports. And before asking you that question, I just want to make it very clear to this honorable House that I'll be using a new word. Babsy, it is a verb, and it means action. And that word has come about by some of the new parliamentarians. So my question is, do you have any plans to Babsy into commission a sporting museum? Thank you.
Yes, we do have the sports museum that is, there is funding identified for the sports museum. It falls under the sports division, but in order to expedite the process and in order to expedite the process, we have now shifted it to the commemorative and special events unit, and we will be treating it as a Jamaica 60 project, working along with the sports division, and we have an initial amount of $15 million allocated for it. A lot of work has been done already. So this 15 million now will take us through to, we have identified the location, we have a design. So this is for the consultants. All right. So the design has been completed. Everything is in place. This money, this allocation now will take on the consultants to move the project forward. And of course, we have started collecting artifacts. We have a lot of artifacts, and they are in the care of the Institute of Jamaica. And some of them have been digitized. So we're far down the way. We just need now to break ground. And I can tell you the location for the museum is that strip along Arthurwent Drive next to the Bob Marley statue.
Thank you. Member Hugh Graham.
And I should tell you that Dubai, the expo in Dubai, a lot of the artifacts that were displayed there were artifacts that we have for the Sports Museum and for the Jamaica Music Museum. Of course, with the compliments of the Ministry of Tourism that picked up the cost to get them there.
Member Graham.
Madam Chair.
Member Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, how are you? Question. I know there was talk about the National Stadium being developed as we're on sport and athletics, and as my fellow parliamentarian spoke about her trip to India, where we big up all over the place. What I don't know if it's in this budget, if there's accommodation in it for the development of the National Stadium, so we can get a Diamond League stage as we've been talking about. So if you would answer that one, and I know from constituency standpoint, Northwest St. Catherine, with the Brahma Clark Park in Linstead, I know you had a promise that you would spend some money to help to develop that facility further, to provide seating and just to lift it, that we can have more national games there. So for the two things, I'd just like to ask you.
So you're speaking for your constituency?
One for the constituency and the other one for the national stadium.
Right. So I can say that for the national stadium, we're looking at the development in 3 phases. The first phase will include the upgrade to the north and south sections of the bleachers and improvements to the existing grandstand. Now, the stadium will remain open during the construction, albeit with a significant reduced seating capacity. We're hoping that construction will begin in early 2023. And this phase would be completed by the end of 2025. We're taking out the velodrome, we're putting in additional seats, but we have to do it in phases because we can't just shut down the national stadium because we have activities. But when it's completed, we will have an additional 10,000 seats. And it will be, I would say, almost new. It will be partially, the entire space will be partially covered. The grandstand will be fully covered, and the bleachers will all be partially covered. We'll have a state-of-the-art anti-doping facility. We will have smaller facilities to host smaller events so that the complex will not be used only when we have big events, but that we can do banquets and other such activities. But Jamaica will be pleased. And then we'll be able to do more international events because we would have satisfied the requirements for those activities. And that would include, yes, I mentioned state-of-the-art doping facility, yes. Prison Oval, I will be scheduling the official handing over of the seats, the stands that we had put in just recently. And so after that, we will look at the next phase for its development. Everything has to be done incrementally because we don't have the money to do everything all at once. But the fact that we have started, so we have added some stands there that I'm going to be officially handing over shortly and expect to have you as part of that activity for the handing over. About? We keep whispering.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you very much.
Hello, Madam Chair.
You have a question, Minister?
Yes, it's up for a while, but I'm sort of in the back.
All right, please. Okay, go right ahead.
You're not able to see me very well. Madam,
can you use a mic? I'm not hearing you at all.
Madam Chair, I could not allow this to pass without expressing my sincerest gratitude to the Minister for her enormous job and the tremendous effect she is having on culture and all aspects of that area of life in Jamaica. Babsy, you have been the best.
And so say all of us, I think.
You have been the best. But there is one thing I want to add to that.
Thank you, Minister.
Today, in the area of entertainment, and I hear you speaking about Jam World, etc. Minister, you have got to use some of your magic to get some of our entertainers to recognize that unless the songs that they sing can be marketed by being able to understand the lyrics, then they will not enjoy the level of popularity and revenue that is earned from it, like the great Bob Marley and others. Nobody is going to buy something repetitively that only has the rhythm. That's only part of it. The lyrics must go with it. And the lyrics, we are not short of lyrics. And in fact, go one step further, encourage them to be philosophical with the lyrics. The ones that are most successful are the ones with a philosophical base and a message. Look at what is happening in Ukraine. What is the song chosen by the largest hotel group in Jamaica? I felt so good when I heard it. Everything Will Be All Right by Bob Marley. One Love. Everything will be all right. That is what you have to push out there, madam. And I leave it to you, and you know what I'm talking about. We talk regularly about it.
Thank you so much, Minister.
I know, Minister.
And so say all of us.
There is a lot of work to be done. We have come a long way, but there is still a lot more to be done. So,
okay, members,
Madam Speaker,
I want to put the heads 46,000, pages 1 to 22, and heads 46,000C, page 1 to 2. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Please sanitize first, madam. You can go right ahead. Please come in. We're happy to have you. Minister of State, my good friend, Mr. welcome, Minister, and your team. Happy to have you. And you can feel free to go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But let me apologize on behalf of our minister who has to be away in Belize at the heads of CARICOM meeting. So I'm here today. But before I begin, let me introduce to my right is Ambassador Sheila Seeley Monteith, and to my immediate left is Mrs. Walton,
Do I have anything to say? No, nothing. Just
Principal
just
Financial Officer, and Mr. Franz Hall, Undersecretary acting in the Protocol, Diaspora and Consular Affairs Division, and Mr. Brentnall Salmon, Director, Management Accountant, and Mrs. Well, let me correct that, Ambassador Alison Stone Roof, Undersecretary, the Multilateral Affairs Division. And I take it that, as Minister Bartlett has said, that this ought to be a short run. But I think from the indications from a certain gentleman who sits to my right, that may not be so, but be that as it may. As I share with you today, key elements of the Ministry's programs that will be supported by our proposed budgetary allocation, I do so within the context of COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to influence significantly our foreign policy priorities and how we engage with international partners. Additionally, this year, as Jamaica celebrates its 60 years as an independent nation, the Ministry will mark its own 60th anniversary under the theme MFA-FT at 60, Reigniting a Nation, Global Excellence, our mission. For MFA-FT, these upcoming milestones have brought into focus not only our achievements over the years, but more so, even greater imperative to advance Jamaica's interest and concerns internationally in support of national efforts at recovery, to increase resilience, and to build back more sustainably. During the 2021 financial year, notwithstanding its challenges, the Ministry utilized the budgetary resources allocated to advance our priorities, being one, strengthening the bonds of friendship and cooperation with international partners, including the diaspora. 2, supporting the economic growth and development agenda through the foreign trade policy and economic diplomacy strategies. 3, promoting and pursuing attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And 4, optimizing management of foreign affairs and foreign trade portfolio. In this regard, the Foreign Ministry played a pivotal role in securing some $370 million in support of the nation's COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. We also expanded the global network of honorary consuls, impacting both access to consular services and the pursuit of trade and investment opportunities, and introduced apostilles to provide a more cost-effective and simplified process for the legalization of documents, making it easier for individuals and organizations to conduct personal and commercial business across the country borders. Additionally, under the Economic Diplomacy Program, which is executed jointly with JAMPRO, the Ministry has secured funding for a review of the EU coffee market to facilitate expansion of Jamaica's coffee exports to that market, facilitated a new contractual arrangement to expand exports of West India Sea Island cotton to Japan, and generated a number of other trade and investment leads in key areas. In the regional and multilateral arenas, the Ministry's representation and lobbying work facilitated the maintenance of Jamaica's high profile and influence internationally, including through the successful election of Jamaica to the International Maritime Organization Council, Category C, and the Inter-American Committee on Tourism, CITUR. This, also with our membership and leadership roles on various other committees and bodies of the international organization, allowed Jamaica to contribute globally to issues of importance to our people. Looking ahead to the financial year 2022-23, our broad areas of focus will remain largely the same, with appropriate adjustments made to our plans and strategies to reflect the current developments. I will highlight some of the Ministry's key programs and initiatives for the next year. We'll seek to maintain, expand, and leverage bilateral, regional, hemispheric, and multilateral relations to secure increased access to development assistance, technical and economic cooperation, and trade and investment opportunities for Jamaica. Mindful of the urgent needs of the country as Jamaica seeks to recover from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, our focus will include health cooperation, ICT infrastructure and development, the diversification of Jamaica's economic base, energy, including renewables, human capacity development, agriculture, rural development, and infrastructure. We will maintain strong advocacy on issues impacting small island developing states and will further promote Jamaica's interest in areas such as climate change, oceans, and the blue economy and sustainable development goals financing. The national foreign policy, trade, and economic diplomacy strategies will remain key means through which the Ministry will support Jamaica's inclusive economic and sustainable growth and development agenda. Focus will be placed on engagement on trade issues in key regional and multilateral fora and through targeted bilateral approaches. We will also prioritize the implementation of trade agreements, including promoting their greater utilization by the business sector, and the ongoing implementation of the economic diplomacy program. The Ministry will further strengthen its engagement with diaspora towards national development. This will be done through, inter alia, the finalization and implementation of the National Diaspora Policy, as well as convening of the 9th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference, being held under the moniker of Jamaica's 68th Diaspora Conference, in collaboration with key private sector and MDA stakeholders. The Ministry will continue its work on the development of a national consular policy and supporting operational guidelines, as well as its program for expansion of the honorary consuls network. Already, the newly introduced apostille service has increased revenues for the Foreign Ministry substantially. Our plans to make greater use of technology in the delivery of this service, revise the outdated fee structure of authentications, and introduce an expedited service and online payment option are expected to further increase revenue generation. This should be welcome news for our Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The optimization of the management of foreign affairs and foreign trade portfolio remains a priority. This will be done via the restructuring of the Ministry's operational framework, strengthening mechanisms for consular service delivery, enhancing the information and communications technology infrastructure, and strengthening and developing our human resources. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade's proposed budgetary allocation to support implementation of its programs for the year 22-23 is approximately $5.03 billion. This amount represents a net budget after offsetting appropriations in aid, totaling $143 million, against a gross budget of $5.173 billion. The appropriations in aid is funded by projected earnings from the provision of consular services. The net budget, comprising $2.89 billion for programs and $2.14 billion for compensation of employees, represents an overall net increase of 11% of $511.684 million over the financial year 2021-22, after accounting for the first and second supplementary estimates. The Ministry continues to exercise fiscal prudence, even in the face of increased challenges. There is systematic, ongoing review of our financial position, which facilitates the refocusing of resources to support attainment of strategic policy objectives. However, with around 80% of the Ministry's estimated budgetary commitments being denominated in various foreign currencies, exposure to unfavorable foreign exchange movements continues to be a major risk that may impede the effective implementation of our programs. The increase in the budget does not adequately take into account foreign currency devaluation and other considerations peculiar to the operations of a foreign ministry. Additionally, as economies begin to reopen and travel resumes, increased expenditure will be incurred for foreign travel. The possibility of unanticipated inflationary price movements, particularly in our own overseas locations, is another factor that could affect negatively the Ministry's capacity to cover all required expenditure. Gains made during the financial year in covering arrears from membership fees to regional, international, and international trade organizations are now also at risk of being reversed, as for 22-23, the Ministry was forced to reduce the allocation for contributions by some $224 million. This was necessary to bridge the gap in funding required for other critical areas of recurrent expenditure. I am delighted to advise that the Ministry relocated to its permanent home at 2 Port Royal Street during the current financial year. This move from rented to owned accommodation has changed the profile of our operational cost, which is reflected in the budget. However, discussions are continuing with the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with respect to the allocation of resources needed to complete the outfitting of some areas of the building, given that MEGJC's portfolio responsibility for the construction project. The Foreign Affairs portfolio has become increasingly broad in scope, demanding, and complex. As the nature of the Ministry's work requires heavy reliance on human resources to achieve its goals, of utmost priority is the continuation of our engagement with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service on efforts to establish a new staff structure that better supports the execution of our mandate. It is anticipated that this activity will be completed in financial year 22-23. However, no allocations have been made for the related costs in the budget for upcoming fiscal year, as the proposals are not yet approved. As I conclude, I trust that these introductory remarks have highlighted the critical importance of allocating adequate resources to fund the Ministry's work in the coming financial year, as together we seek to build a better, stronger, more resilient nation going forward. Despite the significant budgetary constraints under which we continue to operate, I can assure you of the full support of the Ministry's staff for these efforts and of the team's commitment to ensuring that our proposed budgetary allocation for 22-23 is effectively and efficiently used to advance the government's medium-term strategic priorities in support of the Vision 2030 National Development Agenda. Thanks very much.
With such a fulsome report, is there a hand up over here? That's a very fulsome report.
Madam Chair, it is precisely that point the ministry is so important that it is not likely that the ministry could come before the Parliament and not have a few questions asked. But first of all, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, let me welcome back the Minister to the Parliament and to his his familiar place. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Let me welcome the Permanent Secretary and her staff. And I think it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that I still remain of the belief that it is the finest ministry in government that have some of the finest people in government. Yeah? And I think that to be shared. Yes. And it's being shared across the aisle. Yeah. But let me say though, I need to congratulate the ministry for making the movement to its new headquarters. I think it's appropriate that as we come to celebrate the 60th anniversary, that the ministry find itself in a permanent home. And there may be reservations initially, but I had something to do with the location, and I stand by it. I think it's a good location, and I think over time it will have the impact that only it can have in a place like that. So, congratulations. Minister, let me just ask. I couldn't start without, given where we are, I didn't hear any specific mention about it, but the situation in Ukraine and what has resulted is of significance, because the impact will be played out maybe for a long time to come. As I look at the statement, or vision and mission statement, I must tell you, one of the things that escapes me, I haven't seen it, and I want to bring the ministry's attention to it, is the role for peacekeeping, peacemaking, peacekeeping. The UN Charter is at the heart of the existence of the ministry. And the UN Charter, if it's nothing else, it's about peace and war. And in that dichotomy, we know where we are. We have to be seeking peace. We are not aggressors in any sense, and we need stability. So I want to say to you, in relooking in the vision and mission statement there, I think peace should remain a central theme. And I know it is, but I believe it needs to be expressly said. With respect to I want to congratulate the ministry, again, for the effort in bringing the students home. It hasn't been, and I know it hasn't been an easy effort, but they're here. I hope all of them, if not all of those who want to be home. But let me ask you then, Minister, what next? Because we have heard all kinds of stories. Some of them are really cause for concern. And so I'm asking you as a minister, given all that we know now, from individual and from the collective, what are the next steps in terms of the students from Ukraine, and if any further action or responses through the UN? And I'm talking particularly about the acts of threats and by state agents in either Ukraine or Poland. What is the ministry intending to make any further complaint to the UN bodies, like the UNHCR, and discrimination and the treatment of students by state agents in Ukraine and in Poland?
Thanks for your questions. But firstly, like yourself, we are concerned about the welfare of the children who returned last night. In fact, 20 of them returned last night. But before we get there, what it does underscore is that there's a need for members of the diaspora, not wherever they are, they ought to register, have some kind of register where they engage with us, so that in the unlikely event that we have more situations like these, that we can readily find them. Because just looking at the numbers who are in Russia, initially we were of the mistaken impression that there were 8 persons. It turns out, well, at the most recent number we have is 21. And were they registered, we could have ready access to them. But insofar as the children are concerned, the ones who returned last night, we are concerned for their general welfare, and we are engaging the help of some professionals to sit with them and to get from them exactly where they are, and then to apply that professional assistance as the case may be. And of course, we move from there. Once we have determined what it is that where they want to be, then we'll intervene. Just this morning, we had some contact with some overseas universities in that particular region. We don't know what it is the wisest thing to pursue those lines at the minute, but we'll have the information out, and of course we'll be engaging with the regional universities and to see how best we can facilitate these people. Well, for my own part, I was there with them, and last night I think all that they wanted was to find a good clean bed and not to be harassed, and we facilitated that. But as the weeks go on, of course, we will be engaging with them on a deeper level.
Specifically, any thoughts, given what we know about how they were treated by state agents, any thoughts of any follow-up?
That is part of the debriefing that we'll go through, because I must confess that it was a tough thing to do last night to get into those issues. Because I noticed that 1 or 2 of them, they became very emotional just being there and recognizing, because if the information which reached us yesterday suggested that 2 of them were attending a particular university, which went up in smoke. So that for them, I think, really brought some really difficult moments. And so we have to recognize that difficulty and then to try and manage the process.
Just looking at the budget, Minister, as you indicate, the 5 billion doesn't really adequately take account of some of the vagaries during the course of the year with changes in foreign exchange rates, and we look forward to seeing you back here at the supplementary at some point.
But I see you have no hope for the improvement in the exchange rate.
Well, Ukraine and other things may have something to do with that. But what I really want to ask you, I see that one of the in examining the budget, one of the things that you see very clearly is that the amount for traveling is significantly down. And the question is that a function of the technology or the greater use of technology? Is it that the new ministry is better equipped with technology? And how can you function with this reduction?
Well, we will be making use of technology, and we're living in some odd times, and most of what happened last year was done via, electronic means. But as you will readily admit, diplomacy is better conducted on a face-to-face basis. And whereas we may have been able to make some savings last year, I must confess that if things were to improve, those numbers are likely to change. And we would have to consult with our Minister of Finance as to how to make those adjustments, because a lot of it really rests on our availability of the foreign exchange.
You have a fairly healthy increase in your rental property and machinery. Rental property is showing an increase over last year of some, perhaps as much as 300 million. Why is that?
Accounting for that? Well, we made one adjustment last year. The mission in Brazil was closed, and we have had a number of increases in properties elsewhere, and that accounts for the increase in rental.
Page 30009, I think it is. I think that's where I am now. Minister, we are 18 with Brazil being closed. With Brazil being closed, we are 18 missions.
Yes.
You mentioned in your opening statement about an increased role for our consular services, and with it some increased fees. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Where is this monetization of the services taking place? What areas?
Well, the first one which pops out is the apostilles, and of course the other services which we provide. Increasingly, the missions are being asked to facilitate persons who have matters before the court, and the courts are requesting that it be conducted within something like mission. We do charge a fee for that. Well, provisions are there for that, and there are other little services in relation to passport, the fees and visa issuance and so on. Those are the areas where we expect. We have a greater number of Jamaicans applying for passports, and whilst we do not benefit directly from the issuance of the passport fees, which, well, personally, I think that arrangement ought to change, but those discussions are not yet complete, so I won't focus on them. But insofar as the issuance of the passport goes, there's a little element of it which comes to the ministry, and there a significant number of persons are now. Just last week, the mission in Florida made some 290 persons Jamaicans, and that number is even higher in the Northeast. So I expect that we'll earn some monies from that.
But the biggest new area is with the documentation and the apostille new agreement.
That is in fact so.
All right. We have after with the closure of Brazil, we have missions, embassies. You are aware that in those, it has been a long-standing policy and practice that there is some balance in the leadership of those embassies and missions in favor of the professional staff at the ministry. How many of these missions are headed by appointees currently?
I crave your indulgence.
Of the 18 that that is listed here.
India. I'd say about a third of them, which is about 6.
A third?
Yes.
Six?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it in and about there. I think to include Cuba, that would make.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just run. We have China, Cuba, London, Washington, Miami, New York, India, and Trinidad and Tobago. I think those are the ones. Yes.
Which was the last one?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. When are you going to replace?
We have 2 New Yorks.
2 in New York. So what's it? So that's down like about 8, 9.
9, yes. So that's
50%.
It's a half. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, that balance is disturbed. That balance is disturbed, and I'm sure the policy that has been in place, you'd want to re-examine that, because I think it serves our purpose well over much of that 60 years, and I think we need to hew to that policy that has been in place for a long time.
Well, we must thank you for that guidance, but we are working along those lines.
When is someone going to be appointed to Berlin? Is there going to be any appointment? I think you have a charge in.
In fact,
Berlin.
I think that is under active consideration. There's a Miss Seeley who's presently there as a charge of affairs, but there's been some consideration because, in fact, you will realize that she's responsible. Well, that mission is responsible for a number of those Eastern European countries, and so that is being given active consideration.
Current development, you would agree that there's a need to move with some dispatch.
Indeed, and I will persuade Ambassador who sits to my right to give it active consideration, sir.
Finally, Minister, you mentioned earlier in your opening remark as to some trade agreements. It is my view that Jamaica, and I understand the relationship with CARICOM in respect of trade agreements, but I believe if Jamaica is going to achieve its objective under its logistic hub initiative, it's going to have to look at its underlying trade agreements. And I believe there is a case to be made that Jamaica has to look at an strategic expansion of those trade agreements to Jamaica's benefit, which the current CARICOM arrangement allows. So I'd ask you and the Ministry to pay close attention to that, and in concert with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and the private sector in looking at our options and the need for expansion.
I noticed that you didn't mention the Ministry of Agriculture.
Absolutely, and including the Ministry of Agriculture.
Yes. In fact, those discussions are part of what is actually taking place presently, with Minister being in Belize at the heads. For instance, we see there's a serious imbalance where it concerns agricultural products, to the extent that I don't remember the figures off the top, but we were importing perhaps 90% of the red peas from Belize, which it seems rather skewed to us that we should be importing that level. So just one of the products that I recall off the bat that is being looked at in a very serious way.
That sounds like intra-CARICOM discussion, and I think the response to that is improving our own supply arrangement. But beyond that, I am thinking about the extra-regional trading arrangements that I think needs to be examined at about this time. And I'd want to suggest that that be done.
You will note that Jamaica is, well, they're reactivating membership in CELAC, well, not reactivating, taking a more active role in CELAC, and in fact, the other one that we did last week, CEDAW. Yeah, there's some Latin organizations which we're having discussions with, and to resurrect the organization, to have us participate in it in such a way that whatever products that we are better at producing, then we can move to those markets where we have some kind of advantage. Of course, we have the whole issue of regional transportation, which forbids us from participating in a number of these markets. But transportation is one of the issues that we are presently looking at to see how we can improve that so that we have access to those markets.
Minister of Tourism will tell you that the Logistic Hub will address that. And Vernon Field. All right, well, thank you, Minister, and good luck.
You're welcome.
Members, I now put the head 30,000, pages 1 to 10. Those in favor? Those against? Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
My pleasure.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I now move that the amendments and the corrigenda to the documents referred by the House of Representatives to this committee be approved and incorporated into the report.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the report of the Standing Finance Committee is now before us. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign the report? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, and I'm about to sign.
Madam Speaker, but we haven't seen it. We don't know what it says.
It has been circulated. It's right there. It's on your...
No, you put it while I was speaking. It's fine.
Madam Chair, I wish to move that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be adjourned sine die.
The question before us as members is that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The meeting is now adjourned sine die. Thank you all very much.
Madam Speaker, just at the point of adjournment, I'd like to indicate that this is perhaps a record-breaking performance by the House, because in my 38 years in this chamber, I don't recall completing the full business of the House in terms of the appropriations budget within 2 days. Congratulations to the members, congratulations to the Ministry of Finance and the team, and the efficiencies that attended the management of this whole process, the clerk of the House and her team, the very effective chairmanship of our Speaker, and certainly the participation of the ministries and their team. So
I just wanted you to remember the Deputy Speaker was here on Tuesday and did a fantastic job.
Indeed, the Speaker is always taking a little bit out of me, the Mickey out of me. But thank you very much, and once again, thanks team for the full cooperation that we had to enable this exercise to be done efficiently and well, and not at all detracting from the importance of ensuring that the business of the people of Jamaica is well prosecuted. Thank you very much.
Recommendation to the leader of government business. Huh?
Able, yes, under the very able leadership of the Minister of Tourism, leader of government business. Thank you very much. This Standing Finance Committee meeting is now adjourned. Sine die. Thanks again, everyone.